Oh, what's up? Welcome to the Inspired Vibes Lounge, episode number 176. I'm Adam Choit. For more about this show, where do you go? You go to Inspired Vibes Lounge on Instagram. Please follow there. Please subscribe on YouTube, on Rumble, whatever platform you're watching on. I appreciate that too. I'm not putting out audio versions of this show anymore. I'm at Adam Choit, Instagram and Twitter. Again, please like, share, comment, hang in the chat. I appreciate all of that stuff for sure. AdamChoit.com will get you to my link tree, which gets you to everything else I am working on, all my social media, all that stuff. We have Alice Always returning today. It's going to be super fun. And we have for the first time, Sir Thick Adam. He goes by several nicknames, and I'm sure we're going to get confused many times during this episode having the same first name. What's up, Paul, in the chat here? Sibling Beverly. He has doctor's appointments tomorrow, so he's headed to bed. Just dropping in to give you a like. I'll watch tomorrow. Have a great show. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. What's up, Forest Mommy? Adam Jones here. Let's effing go. Let's fucking go. Yeah, let's bring him in. Alice Always and Sir Thick Adam. What's up, y'all?
Hi.
How's it going?
Oh, I see you when I hear you. It's working. I got nervous for a second there that we didn't have those things going, but we do. What's going on, guys? How are you?
Very well.
Oh shit! Good to connect, Mr. Adam, for the first time. I don't think we've been on any streams together. Were we ever on a stream together? Technically not.
No, I don't think so. This is the first time.
Yeah, I appreciate you volunteering and wanting to come on. I appreciate that. I saw you commented or Alice mentioned, oh, Adam wants to come on. I'm like, all right, let's do it.
I feel honored to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's super cool. How
with the likes of Alice, and then you had Sharon on a couple weeks ago. Shannon, Cool Spark. I just thought that I've been riding Alice's coattails for 18 years now, so might as well just keep that ride going.
Yeah, for sure. It's been cool to connect with everyone and all y'all. And Forest Mommy says, hi, Alice, you look pretty. Lol.
Good night, son.
LOL. Kids.
I don't look pretty, Jess.
Oh, yeah, you do. Ohio. LOL always get okay to get nervous with the sound on them. Yeah.
Feels really good to hear that after a long day of yard work. I was able to cover up the big red bump on my face.
Well done. She said you look pretty, but was, I think, criticizing your questionable sound capabilities. But I'm forgiving with that. We've all had every podcast and stream, no matter what level you're at, once in a while, at the very least, is going to have some kind of technical problem. So you just kind of gotta roll with it. I like the Ohio shirt. Represent.
I wasn't sure I was going to fit in it.
Do you see there's a lot of memes out there insulting Ohio? I mean, it's kind of tongue in cheek and joking, but it's
that's cool. They can think we're not real and we don't exist. Stay the fuck out.
Jess actually, somebody posted this thing about Ohio food, and she tagged me. She's like, Alice, is this true? And I'm like, sadly, kind of yes. Like the names that they were using were not how we name those. That's not what we call any of those things. Like the chocolate buck knuckles, we call them the same thing, Jess. We call them Buckeyes. And yeah, Ohio State Buckeyes. But yeah, that's a really big treat around here. And then the chili spaghetti thing, that's Skyline chili.
Right.
That's a southern thing.
Yeah, that's more southern Ohio. But
Cincinnati, you guys are closer to Cleveland, from what I gather.
Right. So we get a lot of the Polak food. So we get we get a lot of the Polish type foods around here.
Yeah, there's a church on every corner, and most Fridays they have pierogies for sale.
Oh yeah, and then there's a ton of places you can go to where grandmas go in there and make the pierogies. Remember that place? I don't know if you ever went there in Cleveland, Wexler's.
Yeah.
Remember that place? Oh man, the old mom grandma lady would come in and make homemade pierogies once a week.
Giant ones, not like the little square Mrs. T ones that you get at the store. Like these were
the ones that I
made. The size of fucking burritos.
Remember I tried to make pierogies once. Huge fail. I'm not a good cook at all.
I bet you're better than you think you are. I bet I
Yes,
would.
she-
What's
No,
that?
I just
yes, she is.
no. I find very basic recipes, and yeah, like I'll make spaghetti.
They're fucking good.
I'll make spaghetti, and him or my daughter will be like, "Oh my god, this was so good," and I just throw shit in.
That's how I
And
cook,
right.
but that can work out.
And then I know how to feed a crowd. I know a lot of like foods to party foods. I'm really good at party foods. That's my baking and party foods. That's my thing. But yeah, I'm not making like really good food.
Eating and drinking, that's my thing. So we go well together.
Nice.
I
Yeah.
like
I was gonna say we could jump around. We could talk about food. I could get to know you guys better. We can go on tangents. I have no agenda at all. Like I almost was just thinking of random questions off the top of my head. Like, what are your favorite food? What are your favorite foods? Is that what the inside the active?
Oh wait,
Yeah.
better. We answer for each other. What are my favorite foods?
Dating game. Is it the dating game? Which game was that?
Chicken wings
That's definitely
with ranch. What like this girl is like white girl when it comes to ranch. Like it's
Yeah.
no. That's a black people thing too. Because the one day
most black folks like
No.
cheese with their chicken wings. I'm just saying.
Marina was over here and Ava's like, Miss Alex.
That's a
And she's like, and then she even said, she's like, black people love their ranch. And I was like, well, I'm white girl. So
blue cheese and ranch.
Blue cheese and ranch are your preferred.
what are my other favorite foods?
Yeah. What are other favorite foods?
Steak on the grill. Pork chops, grill or frying pan. I mean, do I have to keep going?
That's good.
What's
although Bubba was right. He had one of mine, right? Of my favorite foods.
Okay.
Salad.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I eat like 5 of them a week. And I never say I'm getting burnt out on salad.
Because salads, because you can. I mean, I feel like I eat the same thing all the time, just slight variations depending on what I have in the house. Like salad is what is salad? It's just a sandwich without bread and even croutons, and there's tortillas. You can throw other things that are bread-like or cracker or crouton-like in a salad. A salad could be healthy. A salad could be bad. A sandwich could be decent. A sandwich could be horrible for you health-wise. So
the two absolute best things that to put in a salad that like outside of like a dressing: egg and cheese.
Right, and that's protein in there. That's good. Egg does make everything better for sure. I've talked about how I'm not a vegan or vegetarian, but I like certain vegan vegetarian foods. And there's this Franklin Farms chickpea tofu that I like, and it's got no soy in it, no estrogen tofu, and I think that's really good. And the texture of this tofu, and the texture of, I guess, tofu in general is like
I'm learning something.
Yeah, it's what do you call it? It's hard boiled egg like the white. What are the egg whites? It's like hard boiled egg whites, like the tofu. Like when you match it up in a salad, it kind of gives you that kind of texture. But yeah, eggs and egg whites, that's all good stuff. Yeah, cheese. I kind of cut back on cheese, but not for any particular reason. But cheese is good.
Oh,
you looking up the tofu?
She's smoking a doob with you.
Oh yeah. I saw that comment, finished my thought, and then as I was getting high, totally forgot about the comment. But here we go.
That's what I call it. What they call it.
Yeah, I haven't like been drinking as much. Like I cut back a while ago, and then when Adam's mom passed away, I kind of like let loose a little bit after that. But then I've been back to being good, and we won't even discuss how much weed I went through this week. It's almost embarrassing.
There's no calories in weed. There's no hangovers the same way from weed.
And you know what? I still don't.
Dude, that's a hell of a fucking argument right there.
Yeah.
There's no calories in weed.
You're smoking cigarettes in the house, though, right? Paul mentioned that the other day. Is that you were?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I love
only
it.
do it in this area because we can put the exhaust fan in there, and then we have another exhaust fan over there.
Stoner.
Stoner.
Sub stoner.
We are going to meet Stoner.
We
Really?
are.
He lives.
Yeah.
I forget. I should know, but he's was he? He's in Colorado. He's in Colorado too.
He's a couple hours away from Forest Mommy.
Mommy, right?
Yeah, so
Cool.
we're gonna go. We're gonna drive out there. We're gonna stay by Stoner.
We're gonna drive Hex cross country.
Yeah, we're gonna drive Hex cross country. He's gonna be in back with the dog and the kids.
Why do you say? Oh, you're. It's funny that you say you're driving him cross country as if it's like he's just purely I don't know, as opposed to saying we're going on a trip and Hex is coming on our trip. We're driving him.
Well, yeah, that's just our way of saying it, dude. I mean,
Well, you are. It sounds like it's the way you described. Like he's in the back seat. He's with the kids.
All right, we're driving Hex to the Ozarks.
Yeah, yeah. He's your 6'8" black child.
So funny.
My son like legit believes me and Hex are brothers.
Yeah.
That's cute, and whatever racist is, that's the total opposite of it. Like,
dude,
you're going out of your way. Not only do you not see race, he doesn't see height.
Most kids don't notice race.
So
when my daughter was little, somebody said something to her at school, and it was like, "Are they black?" And she's like, "What do you mean?"
I know. Yeah, go on.
We were drinking in our backyard one night, and Hex was over, and I don't have any brothers. My sisters are 20 years older than I am, and they're half sisters for my dad. So, but they live out of state. And yeah, he asked if I had any brothers, and I was all drunk, and I'm like, Hex is my brother. And he's like, really? And ever since then, it's Dad, do you miss your brother? And I'll be like, Bubba, I'm gonna go get Hex. And he's like, oh, you're gonna go get your brother? It's been a while since you've seen him.
Yeah.
Another funny story about this is we were at the after I went and got this was last summer. I went and picked him up, because Hex doesn't drive. So I went and picked him up. We stopped at a grocery store, local grocery store, had a liquor store in it. We needed to get a couple things. We were cooking. I was cooking on a grill or something, and we needed to get some liquor because every now and then Hex likes his whiskey. And we were going through the checkout, and there was this, I don't know, late 20s, early 30s.
I'm so sorry. It's just I know the story, and I can't.
You know, fairly overweight white kid with like purple highlights in his hair. And I could see him like, as I'm like waiting for him to ring shit up and I was going to pay, I could see him like, beep, looking over at Hex. And I'm like, yeah, he gets this all the time. And he's like, I'm sorry, you're just so tall. And I'm like, yeah, you know, we're brothers. And the dude's like, huh? And I'm like, yeah, we're brothers. He got the length, I got the girth.
There you go.
I mean, Hex is what, 16 years younger than I am, 15 years younger than I am. He's 28.
That's not a bad name for like a movie about you guys, length and girth. And it doesn't have to be a porn either. It could be like, I mean, it could be like inside joke.
It could just be your classic black kid, white old guy, middle-aged guy, you know, comedy.
Yeah, you're classic.
The one day
I'm classic, he's token.
we were having to go to Walmart, but he also had to go get Hex. So but you ended up not, I don't know but it didn't turn out. But Adam's like, oh my God, are you and I gonna take Hex to Walmart? And I was like, yeah. And if some white lady starts giving him a hard time, I'm gonna be like, bitch, leave my son alone.
Oh, you mean like when you say give him a hard time, you mean like fetishizing his race and height and kind of asking ignorant questions?
What, anything, just anything.
I could be like, leave my son alone, and I'm 5'4" white girl.
But the maths, dude. The maths.
Oh yeah, Hex could totally be my son. It's bad.
How is he doing? How is he doing? I haven't really communicated with him in a minute. I know he has to be kind of like semi not super public, I guess, on Twitter because of his work. But how's he doing with? I haven't seen him on streams or much, or maybe I'm missing things.
No, Hex is good. He was over here the night before Easter, Easter Eve.
I gave Hex his first Easter basket. I hid it in everything.
Like we woke up the next day because when Hex comes over on Saturday nights, like it doesn't always turn into a party, but like most of the time, Alice and I are drinking, and like I said, Hex doesn't drive. I'm not going to drive him home, and Uber would be probably $50. So he stays. Hex has slept on my couch more than probably anybody else has slept on that couch.
No, that's awesome. That
besides anybody that doesn't live here, yeah, he's probably slept on that couch more than anybody else.
But you guys didn't meet until after
21
through COVID. Through Forest Mommy or through Twitter?
No, I didn't meet Hex through Forest Mommy.
You did or did not?
I didn't. So I came across Hex on like some other like Liberty type person that I followed. And Hex said something about Prince. And I'm like, oh my God, you love Prince? I love Prince. You're from Cleveland? I'm from Cleveland. Well, Cleveland area. And I'm like, you love Liberty? I love Liberty. We're besties now.
Yeah, I say it. I mean, I could fill in those gaps for sure.
And and I didn't even, so then one day we're standing in this kitchen and I'll never forget it just because of the way it all turned out. And Adam looked at me, he's like, do you follow this chick Forest Mommy? And I was like, no, I've never heard of her. And he was like, you need to follow her. That is your type of chick. You would like her. So I just kind of would comment on some of her stuff and just thought she was really funny and just a personality that, yeah, I could definitely vibe with. And then one day I see her and Hex are streaming together and I'm like, no shit. And then we just started talking.
Did
you see the Cavaliers won tonight? They're on to the next round.
Dude, they won by 55 fucking points.
We got home.
Yeah, check it first. Yeah, that's a record for them or for the league or something. It could be their year. Everyone thinks either it's going to be Celtics
or not last year. Saturday's game when they beat the Heat, they won by 37, and that was the Heat's worst playoff loss in their franchise history.
Yeah, they're ready for vacation. The Heat.
So then, yeah, they were definitely still on the beach tonight. The dude at work, I was at work and he came up to me and he's like, dude, the score's like 42-12 or something in the first quarter. I'm like, what? Like, I'm like, look at the clock. I'm like, did it like just start? And yeah, like it was crazy. I got in the car just after halftime. And then like I'm counting the points. They were up by like 63 at one point in the second half. It was crazy.
It's funny how I could feel like I could be such like a maybe I'm not using autistic correctly in this terms, but I could literally probably talk sports with you for the next 3 hours and not even think about it or being considerate to anyone else or even my other things that I myself might be interested in talking to you guys about.
Well, if you ever want to do that with somebody, you let me know and I'm fucking down, dude.
Yeah, and I'm like that with obviously
this sports talk episode. That would be fun. I would be on it. I would listen to it.
Should I write that down?
I can't talk sports anymore.
Yeah. I could do when there's a major event. I could do because even when there was a national championship on the night that we streamed and stuff like that I could do.
Oh, you were on that night
of the national
Did you guys hear me screaming in the background?
Well, I said the Adam had I don't remember Adam said something about it and I was like, oh yeah, they won. Adam's going to, but they had already pretty much won by the time I sat down.
Fuck no. Get out
of here. Yeah.
OH, baby.
You ever get you guys? I appreciate that you guys are sports fans and you like your teams and your local teams, whatever. But I sometimes see in the Liberty movement, over the years, you get the people that will only tell you or just on repeat that it's just a not dog and pony show. It's bread and circus.
It's to keep you distracted.
Yeah, all that shit.
Because sometimes life sucks and you need a break.
Yeah.
And you need to do fun things, and that's okay.
it's okay to be happier when your team wins and to be a little upset when your team loses, even to be a little bit emotionally affected. It's not the end of the world. Some people take things too far, and you know, maybe even myself in the younger days acted immaturely in victory or defeat.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk shit about sports, dude, without like bringing anything like personal into it outside, like anything outside of the sport. You know what I mean? Like, but you're right. There's people that take it. They're just at the other day at the Guardians game / Indians game. This was yesterday or Saturday. They were playing the Red Sox.
I forgot to tell you, I found more Indians clothes in the basement when I was cleaning.
Fuck yeah! But they were playing the the Guardians playing the Red Sox in Cleveland, and a player on the Red Sox this past offseason or late last season or something, either contemplated or attempted suicide. And there was a Guardians fan down on the rail talking shit to him and allegedly brought up him trying to, off himself. And it was like they stopped the game because the dude that, the player went after the fan. And then I guess the fan was getting ridiculed going up the stairs of the concourse and shit. But yeah, like when people could take sports way too far. I love sports, man. Like it can totally affect my mood for the day, the next day, the following week. Like, for sure. But like to say, like, I'll talk shit with the best of them about your team, or whatever. But that's where I can do that for days, just in that aspect. I don't need to bring in anything outside of that. And
people definitely take stuff too far. I always think, or often think of that. There's that Seinfeld stand-up bit where he's talking about like Keith Olbermann or like some newscaster guy, like jumping from sports to news or news to sports or whatever, and having the same energy and the same outrage. And I find myself having that same outrage, like, for example, scrolling through Twitter X, and I'll see like, look at that terrible opinion about sports that I 100% disagree with. That is probably just saying what they're saying to farm engagement and get reactions anyway.
Yep.
And it's working on me, and I know it's working on me. And I'm sometimes even typing a comment and then being like, nah, I don't want to comment on that. I don't want to give them the engagement. I'm on to the next thing. But then I bring that same rage to, like, the war in Gaza as the bad sports opinion. What does that say about us? That we can, is it about awareness? It's okay that I have these things, but I'm aware of them.
Lack of ability to compartmentalize, where we are. Like, you don't need to like say anything either way about what's going on in Gaza and say, I hope your kid's one of them kids that are, getting blown up. You know what I mean? Like, there's just Stoner, the Rockies fucking suck, dude. I'm sorry.
I was gonna, or that's far as
I agree. I agree. Fuck Guardians, always Indians. I totally agree, dude. But like the fucking Rockies, they're like the second worst baseball team in the league right now.
No, they're the worst.
I love you, Stoner.
They're worse than the White Sox now. The Rockies are worse.
I mean, they are so bad. So bad.
They have some players. It seems like they have some young talent, but I guess compared to the rest of the division and the rest of the league, they just don't.
Yeah, they're in a horrible. They have San Diego and the Dodgers.
And San Francisco and the Diamondbacks are good too.
But those are compared to the Dodgers and the Padres. I mean, those are
payroll wise.
They're second tier teams.
Yeah, it's just tough for the Rockies but they've been to the World Series a couple of times. So like, it's not like they have some kind of like thing against them. Their stadium's a big hitters park and the air is different and all that shit. And there's more hits, but the other team has to play there too. It's not like they're playing on they'll win the World Series eventually. They'll get there. Maybe the Rockies, because of Forrest Mommy, are my second favorite team in baseball. I care more about them winning than she cares about them winning, but it'd be good morale.
Jess is there for the social aspect. We should go to a Rockies game more.
Jess,
it'll be better if they're winning in general, and the social aspect, I'm sure, improves with winning. Winning makes sense to make everything.
Winning, that makes everything better.
Well, when we're in that part of Colorado, I mean, our nights will be like free during the day. We're going to take the kids to the water park, and because that's, you know what, So, do you remember this conversation?
Probably not.
When-
Let's be honest.
So when we first started talking about going to Colorado, because Colorado is so beautiful, and I've probably said this.
This was like 2+ years ago because we were supposed to make this trip last year.
And then you decided you wanted a better future for the family. What the fuck is wrong with you?
The games jump through the screen when the Mets play at Colorado or whatever, and they show the stadium and drone shots and whatever, and like the backdrop. It is something that totally is different than really seeing any other park. And really, in some ways, Forest Mommy is like the quintessential. In some ways, I don't want to say typical. That's not the right word, but Rockies fan because they do well attendance wise always.
I saw some games.
Go to a live sporting event. It's just like going to see live music. It doesn't matter what you're going to see. It's fucking fun.
I know we actually have a fun summer plan because we're going to that charity concert thing for Kyle.
Common Crown.
And the kids are so excited about that. And then, yeah, Colorado.
Yeah, live is fun. Live sports, live streams, live events, music, and all that. Do you guys? Am I echoing? Let me know if I'm echoing because now I feel like I.
No, you're
a little
good, man.
echoey. I'm good. Maybe it's just
Don't worry. From experience, we're gonna be the problem's gonna be on this end for sure.
Echo.
That's
No, but yeah, live stuff is fun. I think part of it is, I mean, I guess it's exciting because it's like, oh, when something is live, anything can happen, and just having that in the back of your mind, even if you're
Right.
not looking for anything, just knowing anything can happen, there's a certain excitement that goes with that.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, we hear echo. Uh-oh. Hey, we're all friendly here.
Why you gotta ruin it, Jess?
She said sometimes. All right, let's see what we can do here. Maybe I'll try my headphones. Maybe that will do something. But I didn't hear it really up until a minute ago. Testing.
The good news about like the echoes and the reverbs that people often complain about is that we don't hear them, so it doesn't bother us.
Yeah. Paul went on. Was Paul ranting about sound and audio and technical and week to week trials and tribulation?
I mean, yeah.
Like with you guys, yeah. No, yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna stop freaking out about or whatever. And not even externally freaking out, internally freaking out. Go on.
We got this laptop and it only has one headphone jack and one USB port. So like we were trying to figure out how we can get two sets of headphones to work.
Splitter.
And we tried before, and I thought Paul was fucking with me about that. Just wanted me to go into a store and say, "Can I get a USB splitter?" Like how you send your chick into the auto parts store and say, "Go get me some blinker fluid."
You got a Radio Shack near you? Does that exist still? Do you even know what that is?
I haven't seen a Radio Shack in 20 years.
I'm gonna name older. I'm gonna name older stores that are out of business on this stream. So get ready.
Over here there was Sun Appliance. Best Buy started coming around and took away Sun Appliance.
They're not playing. Oh wait, no, they're playing on a Friday. So
the Rocky schedule.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
She's not.
Really. I'm actually not.
Blockbuster.
So, yeah,
You're cutting out there.
Weeks that we decided to go.
You cut out a little bit.
You've been talking about sports for like ever, so I had nothing to do. So
no, I want to know you. I want to know the schedule. I want to know the Rockies schedule, and if there's going to be Forest Mommies meeting up and hanging and all this stuff. I got to know the details. And I'm not opposed to the idea of getting another message on the scoreboard for any game Forest Mommy goes to. And no, you can't do a tower of what's up, homos, Large Marge. Or Large Marge is not a male. I learned that recently. Large Marge is not female. I'm misgendering people. At first. I think is Isabella live also male? I think live. I'm gonna show these in order. What's up? Good night, Mr. Thompson.
I don't know who Marge.
Hog Dog.
She was in our chats when we were on our show.
It's not a she. You've all been catfished. Not catfished. That's coming next. She missed her chance to catfish us. We're all very catfishable. Lima Fowl, what's up? Good night, Mr. T.
I'm
What's
not.
up, Courtney?
Shit.
Courtney Raid, unannounced Courtney Raid. I was gonna say, because we were talking about sports and the pranks or whatever, and yeah, you were saying that dude teasing the guy about his suicide attempt is kind of on the mean spirited side. What do you guys think about the Shador Sanders prank call
I
or
still
whatever?
don't know what happened.
All right, so the nephew of the GM of the Falcons prank called Shador Sanders, and I don't even know what round he called him in.
And that's our quarterback now.
Yeah, we drafted.
Oh
him in the
yeah,
fifth
yeah.
round. Yeah, we drafted him in the 5th round.
See, I knew that.
And so apparently, just for the draft, Shador got a new phone number for NFL teams and handed it out to NFL teams. The nephew, you can stop me if I'm wrong because I've only heard parts of this, but the nephew of the GM or a front office personnel guy in the fucking Falcons organization called him with his buddy, and I don't know if he did it live on Instagram or posted it to something later. But he called him and told him that they were fucking they were drafting him, and they weren't drafting him.
That's horrible, dude.
Yeah, imagine.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say basically like it's imagine you're about to celebrate getting to the next level you've been waiting for that your entire life, and it's the moment where you're gonna celebrate, and somebody tells you it's about to happen, and it doesn't happen, but it's still kind of happened at moments later anyway. So I guess
What round did they do that in? Was it the 5th round?
I think it was the same. I think it was shortly before. I think it was maybe I could be wrong about that. I don't know if Courtney was talking about that on her chat or not. I think I saw she had Shador, I think, in her thumbnail, or I was like, oh, she's probably gonna talk about this saga already. I don't know. There's been a lot. I've been kind of
really terrible.
Who's there goes the neighborhood? The honorable mention that's like an inside joke that is only known by a few.
Fun night with I'm showing I gotta catch up on these. What's up, Tony? Fun Monday night with Choit, Alice, and this honorable mention.
That's an inside joke only known by someone's burner account.
No, there goes
Tony.
the neighborhood.
That's Tony.
He might have seen you say that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you never let it go.
It's so funny. It's like the never-ending joke.
I mean, she called Doug that too.
I know, and I often refer to me and Doug as the honorable mentions of the FMU, and I'm totally cool with it. It's in my Twitter bio that I write her coattails. It's cool.
That I have, I mean, regular. What would be the next level? Not below, but like outer circle of like a frequent contributor or a regular guest or something like that. You're a friend of the show. You're friend of the show.
Yeah,
you're friend of the different shows. I don't know.
The thing is, it was just so perfect. Like the timing of it. Jess tweeted out something about
that she was coming to Ohio and she was going to meet her co-hosts, which were me and Hex, and her producer Paul. And she said, and also honorable mentions Doug and Adam.
And I was like,
"Ooh."
Is it in a tweet you're saying or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. But you guys had all known each other for a while at that point.
It's such
a few years.
It's such a thing. Okay, so our daughter makes these bracelets and candy bracelets, beads, whatever, and she passes them out to people, and it's a huge thing. Like the girl gets coupons at fucking stores for this shit, dude.
Not just stores. Hot topic.
Yeah, she made a couple friends at the mall doing this. Like so she was talking about. She's like, well, I want to make a bracelet. She has these Power Ranger things, and she said she wanted to make something for Daniel, and she wants to make a bracelet for Jess too. And then I said, you should make FMU bracelets, but let Jess decide who gets the bracelets. And she said something like, I could make honorable mention ones for Doug.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's a thing.
And just like secretly mail them to those people. Like one day Doug will just get a fucking a bead bracelet in the mail that says honorable mention.
I probably would have if I was drafting a tweet like that original one, I would have like dove into the AI maybe and been like, what should I say for thick Adam and blah 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 blah.
I thought it was perfect.
Similar.
An honorable mention is a good thing. I was an honorable mention in school a couple times. I wasn't offended.
It
Yeah.
sounds like second place. Second place is just the first loser.
It's just not the right. It's just not the right.
No,
term,
it was hilarious.
which makes it funny.
It's just every chance I get to put it in there organically. Maybe next time I'm on a stream, it'll say honorable mention, Adam.
We should be making T-shirts of Forest Mommy's tweets and just be walking around with her like just tweets. Why? I mean, I'm surprised you don't see that more. You see it more on businesses, but even in LA, I'm surprised people don't just slap their Instagram handles like on their fucking cars while they're driving around. Maybe I'm not out and about too much, but like I wear a shirt that a Forest Mommy tweet maybe on the back is better.
I want to get a shirt of Forest Mommy and it be a silhouette of her holding a gun that says "Say hello to my little."
Like a giant James Bond logo.
I don't know if Adam knows about this. Is so fucking embarrassing. I hate this.
I can't.
When we went to
Sure.
see Dave Smith, and I asked him that question, I called Jess my
little friend. Your little friend.
Oh, you know about this?
I know about it. I watched the
That was a fucking
the live
hilarious
podcast.
night, dude. That was a
I'm
hilarious night.
Yeah, my
We
little
went to
friend
go
in
see-
Colorado.
Yeah, shout out to Robbie.
Yeah,
The
Robbie the Fire, dude.
he was so nice. He was an awesome dude. And like after I asked that question, like he gave me like a fist bump and he was like right on, like maybe like a way to get like your friend shit out there, because like we gave
That was great.
yeah.
Such a good night.
But I was the only person Robbie fist bumped after they asked a question. Remember that drunk lady?
Is it still up?
I don't know. Sure it is. Yeah, and now my
Got that sitting in your team.
my daughter makes fun of me because of that. Like if like I say something like
Pocket chest.
yeah, she'll be
My little
like
go
I'll be
on.
like, I have a stream with Jess this week, and she's like, "You mean your little friend, your little Polly Pocket friend, Mom?"
Your little friend out in Colorado.
That kid, and then Grayson, they
I thought the same thing, Jess.
I wasn't that night.
You're the drunk lady, Alice. Well, but compared to some of the other people that I've seen and heard on Dave and Robbie's live podcast post comedy shows, or just people at live events asking questions, I think you did excellent.
Because they go through the whole show, and then there's a little break in between, and we went and had a drink at the bar, and then you go back in. And then they bring you more drinks. So by the time you get to that part, man, but I wasn't drunk like that other lady. That lady was
She
fucking
had a few nips off my Buffalo Trace.
I mean, I had a good buzz. I did tell Dave Smith that the way I knew who he was is because when I used to breastfeed.
Why did you tell that part of the story?
I was like,
but now, was it after he had kids or before he had kids? Because now he'll be like,
before was when he used
Yeah,
he was married probably at that point, though. This wasn't that long ago.
This was when he used to be on this Red Eye show on Fox News late at night. Yeah, and that's how I knew who he was. And then I got on Twitter and I'm like, oh man, like people are like really into this dude. Like they're really into him. And you can't even say anything bad about him. If you even slightly disagree with that motherfucker, all of his minions are like,
I don't know if that's 100% true. as I'm
Maybe it's
defending.
just the YouTube people that do that.
I'm such a
Don't really-
I'm such a minion that I'm defending him, saying that there are people who aren't minions who are fans. Was everyone able to follow that? Maybe did that make any?
What did he just say?
You'll go back. You'll
Ask
be able
him.
to, I'll try to repeat it.
I don't think all of his fans are like that, but
He gets pushed back.
That it's like, but there are, there are people. It's like if you disagree with him, even if he takes the disagreement just fine, and like an adult should, if it's a respectful disagreement, people are like, "Oh my god, man."
One thing that you can say about Dave Smith that you can't say about other, like, is pundit the right word?
Probably.
Like, is that the right word? Like, people like that, like, at least when if someone can bring up a point in which, you know, is a respectable way of saying wrong with evidence or with something to back it up, like, he'll have a conversation with you instead of just like totally go nuclear. You know, I mean, you start bringing up dumb shit, then he'll go nuclear. But you know, if for the most part, he's open to the.
He's definitely anti-war.
Criticism, you know.
He's gotten criticism from fans.
You're not going to agree with everybody
over the years
on everything.
He's gotten criticism from fans over things not related to like issues that or political issues, but also like he's gotten pushed back on certain things related to But for the most part, like all of the three of us, like we agree with him on 95% of it anyway. So we're kind of talking about whatever little issues
and I mean
like that.
He's kind of a dick, but I like dicks.
Yeah. Well, he's self-proclaimed former degenerate, so maybe some of that never fully leaves you. I did one of my comedy shows that I produced. I had a post-comedy live podcast thing with Robbie the Fire and clip that I like dicks with Robbie the Fire and Brian McWilliams from Lions or Liberty, and that was really fun. The live podcast after a comedy show, something about it. It's like it has like a very chill, relaxed vibe. It's like, oh, we can all breathe now. It's in our living room. You guys were audience members. You sat quietly for a while. You listened intently. Now and we did our sets, but now it's like everybody,
The only two comedy shows that we've been to was the one with Robbie the Fire and Dave Smith, which I was with Hex, a black guy, and I got yelled at for being too loud.
The Hodge twins, which I want my money back, and I want my time back.
The Hodge twins
wearing this shirt. Yeah.
You saw the Hodge twins? Is that what you said?
Yep.
They're a comedy
we met
team.
The Hodge twins.
I don't really know who
with the Hodge twins.
They're like those. They're light skinned Twitter influencers. But what are they? Comedians? Well, what are they doing IRL? What are you laughing at? Light skins could probably give some context to probably what you're about to tell me.
That's another story, but maybe I'll get into that later. But
it's always the light skins. No, but go on.
We had meet and greets with the Hodge twins. So we went and saw them at the same place we saw Robbie and Dave. And the line after we got out of our seats from the show, and we had decent seats for the show. We were at a table, like close up front, left of the stage.
Yeah, we were only a couple.
By the time we got to the line for the meet and greet, dude,
they didn't talk politics.
No, their written set was like straight comedy, mostly about
they're a
like
team,
women and shit.
Shit went from like.
Hold on, they're a comedy team, but they do like a stand-up bit together. They're a team who does bits together. They're twins, and then they don't perform separate sets. And their comedy is about like women and dating and relationships or something. You're saying?
Well, how they got big on YouTube was actually about weightlifting.
Oh, weightlifting. Okay.
There's some of their early videos, dude, of them going through drive-thrus and ordering $50 of food with a diet fucking Coke because their cutting is fucking hilarious. It's hilarious. They'll like record themselves going through a drive-thru and like ordering all this fucking food, and they're these jacked ass light skinned dudes. And I mean, yeah, so like that's what they're that and like women. You know, like
Yeah, they
sweet
would
walls and
they would talk
sugar
about
walls
they
and
would talk
shit.
about shit from like their college years and shit. But yeah, like we were the last people at the meet and greet, and then they came out and there was maybe 10 of us there at the bar still.
Yeah.
And they just came and hung out. I was sitting there talking to them. And you know what's fucking crazy that I kind of just thought of is I said to one of them, I was like, the best thing about somebody sending me a Steven Crowder Christ.
Do you just step on Legos or something?
A
No.
fucking dog.
Noah dog. Was coming across YouTube. That was like the best part about Steven Crowder. And I'm like, what do you think of him? And they said, I will say this. His mom and dad and his wife are some of the nicest people I've ever met.
The Hodge twins family you're talking about?
Said that about Steven Crowder.
They said that about Steven Crowder's family.
Okay,
and then
he
I
has a
looked
nice
back
family.
and I'm like, wait a minute. They didn't say that. They said that about Steven Crowder's mom and dad and Steven Crowder's wife, well, ex-wife now.
Yeah, he was like emotionally abusive, and was he physically abusive too? Do I have those facts correct? Allegedly,
Alleged, perhaps.
On both counts. Okay. Oh man.
I mean, this is YouTube, right?
What's that?
We're on YouTube, right?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube and Rumble.
I would have gotten you one if you would have asked. No. Women, you should have known that I needed a beer and just gotten me one. Like, oh my god.
Listen, motherfucker. I'm totally capable of getting my own beer. I mowed just short of 2 acres of yard today. So and weed whacked. I was whacking weed like a motherfucker.
You guys are cool. You guys are a good couple.
We try.
I'm like, I want someone to yell at me, not yell at me, but be like, listen, motherfucker, I could have gotten you a beer. I'm like, oh, that's cute.
Yeah, you notice how I was the valley type, like oh my god, and my actual wife, like, listen, motherfucker. So all right, so at work, I'm outside smoking a cigarette on one of my breaks.
I want to get back to that Hodge twin story, but go on.
No, go ahead. What do you want to know about the Hodge twins?
No, I guess let's finish that. So you were just because it sounded like you were making fun of them or something, but then they ended up being nice to you and you had a good time and they were talking shit.
Oh, they were great dudes.
Great time, but like recently, a lot of shit that they say, I'm like, dude, just shut the fuck up, man. Like, just stop with your race baiting.
Them 3 years ago were a lot cooler than they are today.
Yeah, just like the what did they say? White people need to run from black people or something. And Hex came over like right after they said,
oh, race baiting the other direction or whatever.
Yeah,
they're like,
they're using that light skin privilege, yo.
So like they're like saying all this shit about black people. So me, Hex, and Adam were gonna take a picture of me, Adam, and the kids running away from Hex, like, oh my god, there's a black man here. Like, what the fuck, dude? I'm not running from black people.
The funny thing is like a lot of like far right people are like, oh yeah, like there's gonna be a race war, and it's funny because like the ones defending my house and my property and my family is gonna be a black dude and a white dude. like because we've already talked about it. Shit happens. I'm going to get him and his sister, and they're coming here.
Yeah,
they're just engagement farming grifters. There's so much of that on Twitter.
Well, like I said, like
my entire For You tab, my entire For You tab is just people engagement farming. 3 years ago, I had no problem paying the money that we paid. Not that it was outrageous or anything, but like just any amount of money. I had no problem paying money for us to go see and meet them. If they were coming here next month, I wouldn't pay I wouldn't even pay to go to the show, let alone go and meet them.
We met Candace Owens too.
And Charlie Kirk. I took a piss next to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and you know what? Yeah, we met Charlie Kirk. and Candace Owens because they came to one of the colleges here. And so, like, little backstory, my dad was pretty fucking political. Like, it wasn't like insane. My dad was like, he was an independent, you know, he would kind of like go either way on certain things. So as I saw this political climate changing into something I had never seen before in my life, I was extremely curious.
I took a piss next to Charlie Kirk. Needs to be on a shirt.
I'm
far as
gonna hit
fire.
up steak. I'm gonna hit up steak.
Yeah, if everybody has any one line one fucking t-shirt, hit steak up.
Yeah.
What about
definitely.
what about this one for a t-shirt? Let me pitch something to you. My little honorable mention. How's that?
I'm
can
all
save- we
right
can
with
save-
that.
we can
She can
save-
wear that, and then
save it on
with the
cost.
arrow pointing, with one of those arrows pointing over, and I'm standing there with a shirt that says honorable mention.
You guys ever wear any costumes or t-shirts like that point at each other, or couples costumes?
No.
You ever do it? Never wear
No.
a couples costume?
Man's got to draw a line somewhere, Adam.
Really?
No,
You don't? You're not?
We never worn the couple costume. One time we were at Great Wolf Lodge and we were at the arcade and this mom had the whole family in matching clothes and I'm like, bro, I'm gonna do that to you. And Adam's like, no, the fuck, I'm not fucking putting that.
That's
If you-
more
if you
emasculating.
Wear that
I think
shit, I'll be standing there with a beer in the background.
I'm with honorable mention. Spelled that way too, if you want. No, I think the matching clothes for like a couple maybe or a family, that's more emasculating in some ways because it could be, but you know that's all the wife. No dude is trying to get his whole family.
Adam and I do have matching clothes though.
Yeah, we both have freedom over everything shirts.
We both have like matching the same.
Yeah, well, house.
t-shirt.
That's like saying you both have Cleveland Indians t-shirts though, kind of thing.
Right.
So that's
Exactly.
That's the kind of wife I am. If we're gonna be in matching t-shirts,
We're gonna be getting drunk at a ball game.
But I don't think couples costumes are necessarily inherently emasculating or break some kind of guy.
No, man. If like I actually know,
it depends if she asks you to wear a dress or not.
I know a dude that would totally fucking do that. Tell me, Carp, if Noe came up and said, "Oh my god, we're all gonna go here and wear this," he would totally fucking.
They literally
and that's cool. That's totally like swipe the fuck out of me.
That sad about her thinks it's cute and endearing, and that's
cool. It's just not me.
Yeah. That's something that like is just like psycho.
So go to bed. Love you. I get to love you that time.
Love you, Bubba. Like going on, I cut back on my Twitter because I'm like, this is just so much just engagement, you know? And when I see like did you see the thing with the dude? The dude's like one dude's a little like thick and then the other dude is like ripped. You know, and a lot of the women chose the dude that was a little bit thicker.
What are you talking about?
Like,
wait, what are you talking about?
Go ahead. There's a picture on Twitter where it's the same dude. I think it's the same dude. It's a split screen pic. One dude, one side's like dude with a dad bod. The other side's a dude all ripped.
Oh, yeah. I think I have seen that. And it's like, which one do you like more? And this is just engagement farming or whatever.
Yeah, so like people are all
I'm just a solid.
People are so pissed that most women pick the one guy, but there were women that picked the other guy.
Straight to
and like listen, I'm not gonna lie, even though my husband's sitting right next to me, there are dudes that I look at and I'm like, wow, you know, but what I want for my everyday is different. And I straight up told you.
I'm softer.
Put that on a t-shirt too. My everyday honorable mention.
But like really ripped dudes like that, when you like they're not as comfortable. I want a man who's strong. And I think Mouthy Mom said it the best. She's like, listen, I just know that dude can still like take on a robber if he needs to, and he can throw me over his shoulder and take me to bed.
No, I get it. There's something biological about it. You know, I get it.
I mean, I think just like how like people have preferences, and I know this is really like, but yeah, people have
Joey Swole's a dude, hog dog.
Different.
I think there's something to what you're saying though, because I like little skinny bitches. You know how like skinny Ariana Grande is? That's too skinny, not that skinny. But like on the same level, like she probably thinks of me as like her honorable mention who could throw her on the shoulder too. So you know, it's all kind of relative in some ways and biological on some level as well.
People like different things, and
right?
That's okay. Like we were just saying, one of our friends, carving them, like
he would totally wear the matching outfit to Disney. Me, I'm not doing it. My kids walk around in blue gym shorts and a camo shirt.
Yeah, it's just
I'm walking around in a black tee cut off that says Ohio on it with a beard.
Yeah,
I also don't like. I was gonna criticize that side by side meme posting, but you finish your thought.
No, go ahead. I was done.
Not you.
I was speaking for her. Remember, we talked about this.
Oh yeah, you were saying when you say I'm done, you meant she's done with her thought. Yeah.
I think what scares me the most is like so many people on Twitter, and it's the same people saying these same things. They're like, oh my God, there's no creativity, there's no individuality. But then when people show some kind of individuality, people are like, oh my God.
Jealousy. Jealousy is a big thing. I was going to talk about. I don't want to pull it up because I don't want to give them engagement farming, and I'm lazy on top of it or whatever. Anyway, but what did Hog Dog saying? It was straight dude versus gay dude in that side by side, which leads me to my thought. It's like it's not really a good side by side comparison because the guy on the right, he's like wearing like the gay ass tight underwear, or whatever. So obviously that's gonna repel women. If you had that dude looking more, if he was doing everything else that was more like quintessential man, his underwear, the sport game was on in the background, he had a beer in his hand, he was doing something, he was fixing his car, but he also happened to be ripped and whatever,
moving refrigerators and appliances by himself.
I'm saying let's get
like that's another thing. I know a lot. I used to know more ripped dudes, and some of them, yeah, they couldn't move a refrigerator by themselves. And I'm like, are you gay?
Gym muscles are different than like,
and not a fun gay. Like I bang dudes in the ass gay, not fun gay.
We follow.
Like you know.
You be swole, says Stoner. Thick Adam all swole.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying like women don't like muscles and stuff. I mean, when he would come into Burger King, I was like, oh.
That's where we met with Burger King.
You want to be healthy and have functional strength. That's all. That be healthy enough and have functional strength, and don't be a little gay twink.
Like he was strong. He had like these strong arms, and I was always checking out his hands. That's another thing with women. We like some women, not all women. We have, but like I really like strong hands.
Strong hands. How do you know
like
someone's hands are strong
my
by looking at them?
Was very thin and slender, but my dad had really fucking strong hands. You can.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm thin framed or whatever, but sometimes I'll surprise myself with my own raw strength, and I'll be like, "Yo, I'm strong as shit." Like just doing some task or even at the gym or whatever. I'll have those moments where it's like, "All right."
You're like, I'm a beast. That's how I felt in the yard today.
You should have.
I was a beast out there.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
It.
being physical, I think, is important to be it's good to be active and not fucking in front of a computer all day. We all need to touch grass or cut it or smoke it or all of the above.
All in the same day.
Yeah. You live a full I can't keep up with the comments here. Well, but yeah. Sounds like she's getting all hot and bothered over her dad's hands. Oh boy. Don't yeah, I didn't mean to no, I gotta read
fucking weirdo.
I know, I gotta read that's I apologize to everyone. I need to read Tony's comments before I share them. Need to screen them. Too self-centered, to women gay. I think I know what he's saying. Yeah, like it's biologically a turn off when a man is too fit because it means he's too like into himself or something like that.
Yeah.
Somebody mentioned
it triggers that.
Anyway, so why go to the gym fucking 5 days a week and work out 6 hours a day?
Dudes that go to the gym a few days a week, but they're not like totally shredded like that. They're just like fit dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, me and Forrest Mom are gonna get shredded though. We're gonna do it up. Get
Hey,
ripped.
I do a sit up a day and then I do like 16-ounce curls at night.
Hey, it is inspiring to hear, you know, and see Paul and Doug and they're going on their fitness journey and like, you know, I love, you know, seeing people trying to better themselves or whatever. It's inspiring.
Doug is very active. Like Doug definitely enjoys his walks and like he walks a lot.
It's more I mean, he was talking about it a little bit the other day, but I would guess it's part of it is like a spiritual thing, a meditation thing, an enjoyment thing, more than like, hey, I'm doing this to lose weight or get fit. It's more of like it's his choice. It's his choice of how.
Right, like the weight loss is just a benefit of like an ad, like cherry on top.
Right, and I'm saying Paul's not
live in like the hills, man, like in like the sticks. So yeah, Doug takes these long, like nature walks. He'll walk like 15, 20 fucking miles or something. Put that shit on like Twitter. It's like, dude, like I have a hard time walking like 6.
I get a little bored.
Except when you're at Cedar Point.
Well, except when I'm at Cedar Point.
I hiked yesterday. I like going uphill slowly for not that long a time. Give me a moderate.
Sometimes walks to the mailbox.
A moderately challenging uphill hike for like an hour or two. That's kind of my bread and butter. I'm not trying to walk 7 miles. What is this like the ancient?
Where are you in Northern California or Southern California?
I'm in LA.
Right on.
In the valley, I'm a valley girl. I'm a skinny valley bitch. When walking, I'm walking a ton. I feel the best. Me too. I do feel.
Walking's
better
good.
being out. I think
is good for the mind, body, and soul.
Yeah.
It's so good for you.
Yeah. No, it is.
Fucking boring.
If you do it too long.
I use it a lot to cope with a lot of the stuff that I went through when I was younger.
Oh, you have no idea.
That's why I'm the happy, wonderful woman we know today.
Hey.
There's been times where I walked because I don't want to just sit still with my own thoughts. Where it's like, nah, like, you know, dealing with some stressful thing in your life. It's like I just got to keep walking and drinking and smoking.
Yeah.
I just felt like running.
I am, yeah. Like he was the cool autistic character before it was cool. I guess the OG. Or Rain Man was the OG. But first,
come on, Bobby, let's go party. It's a good song.
A crossover Forrest Gump Rain Man could be interesting to see that with like just a scene or a moment where they interact. I would like to see that.
Forrest has got a box of chocolates, and Ray Man's like 13 and a half pieces of chocolate.
He gets sick. Tom Cruise has to come pick him up or whatever. He's like mad and shit.
He's got to take them both underwear shopping.
Yeah, Kmart. They're gonna go to Kmart and then they're gonna go to Radio Shack. All backs.
I gotta go to Tractor Supply and get new weed eater line for my snapper.
What? Yeah. Cool. What else? What else? What else should we discuss? Where else should we go? Should we go from here in this conversation? Should
Where
we play?
do we go from here?
Well, we always have the option to play Jackbox if people are down. I forget if you guys are. Alex, have you ever played Jackbox on the stream? I did almost call you Sarah. I don't know where that came from.
No.
You are you Jackbox people?
Is there like Jack in the Box? Like, is there a burger in the end for me?
No, it's fucking it's the interactive games where you play trivia and answer and play Quiplash. It's like a you never. I guess you haven't seen you're out of the Jackbox. Back just in time for Jackbox. I mean, potentially, I could make a poll if people want to just pull it up and see if people join.
No,
Do you guys have
let's
access?
Do
Do you have access? I guess you guys could be a team. You guys might have because if you're sharing the same browser, you can't really play against each other in the same space. So I love to see her try. Maybe that'd be better for your team. It might be. Courtney might interpret Jackbox as stressful laborious stressfulness. Oh my god, I love Jackbox. We could play.
It looks like you try to bully your guests in the Jackbox.
Only Courtney that one time. No, I'm
Let's
offering.
do it.
I'm all right. Yeah, let me just get it set up. All right, let's do it. I should.
I mean,
put up music.
Normally I would have just gotten home from work and took the dog out by now. So
yeah, I don't have a dog. I don't have a dog. All right, let's do this. Jackbox. People might play. If you build it, they will whatever. They will do cool stuff.
They will be there.
I don't know why I'm surprised that not so much that you've never seen me pull up Jackbox on my stream, but just you haven't seen her.
I remember this. I do a lot of cleaning when it shows us on. It's your
fault.
That's
true.
Yeah. What do you mean it's my fault?
Vacuum's allowed.
Let me just say, my 8-year-old son has come downstairs like 4 times since we've been out to pee. He's peeing like a white girl drinking White Claws.
Yeah, maybe he's throwing back a few behind the scenes. Limafao says, "Good night, Mr. T." You play on your phone. Oh yeah, you can use your phone. That's right. That's true. I'm retarded. Yeah, so they can.
My daughter calls it restarted.
Restarted?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's like a positive spin on. I'm always thinking of like ideas, or often am. Like I'm like, oh, restarted. What could that movie be? Maybe that's a movie where we're at like some.
The one with Forrest Gump and Dustin and Rain Man.
Yeah, restarted, and it's the two of them, and he gets kicked
to buy underwear and chocolates.
No, it's his son moves out of that. We could do that too, but Little Forrest, he just got arrested. Little Forrest, didn't he?
Oh, did he really?
What's his actor's name? I See Dead People. That was a thing.
Joel Osment or something.
Yeah, he was Little Forrest. So Little Forrest grows up.
It was such a dude. It was such a rich white people thing. It was awesome.
Him getting arrested and saying I'm famous, don't arrest me or whatever. Was that basically the gist of his?
Sounds like Mel Gibson.
Well, he's grown up and he's out of the house, right? And so fucking Tom Hanks don't know what to do with his life now. He's just rich and shrimping, whatever. And then Tom Cruise kicks Dustin Hoffman out of the house for just being like too autistic and annoying and fucking maybe like burning down the house. Didn't he almost burn down the house one time making toast or something?
He spent all the money that he got from Ray.
Yeah, he's being irresponsible and he's like, you got to go back into a home. But then Dustin Hoffman knows that like I don't want to be in a home like this, be controlled and all this shit. So then he somehow connects, like that's the inciting incident is them meeting or whatever. So then they become like roommates. And the name of the movie is Restarted. All right, let me get Jackbox going here. Setting back humanity. Yeah. Pee while you can. All right, let's see here. Play
She's not gonna be
Jackbox.
able to fucking walk tomorrow.
Why not?
She cut like an acre and a half of grass that was probably 12 to 16 inches tall.
I thought it was because of the Bud Light or whatever.
No, she's usually fine after that. My dude,
Yeah.
listen.
She could throw them back,
My
but she
my
can't.
wife- my wife can drink, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
Fuck yeah.
she'll outdrink me most. Well, she'll drink more beer than me because after I'm done drinking beer, I'll get into like the bourbon. But yeah,
What-
she what's that?
I was gonna ask, what was the Burger King orders? Did you guys say when you first met at your first date was at Burger King? You met at Burger King?
No. She worked at Burger King and I was doing landscaping. And I went in there for lunch a few times. And then it took like a year for me to ask her out because the year between when I first met her to when we went out, I didn't go to college, but I partied more than most college people. I worked a lot. I drank a lot. I did a lot of fucking drugs.
Sounds like you were
And-
more efficient with your time than maybe even some college students were, though. 'cause
Yeah,
you were able
like
to-
I knew what I knew what I wanted at that point in my life. Like, and I worked for it. And then,
Nice.
yeah, we ended up going out. Like, I went to Burger King, and we went up like a year later. We ended up going out on a date, and we've been together since.
Hell yeah. All right, I'll pull up Jackbox here.
Hang on,
Let's
I gotta pull a white girl move on you. I gotta pee.
Yeah. No, it'll take time for people to get pose, hose and pose. I don't know if anyone in the chat wants to participate, but we can get into that here. So basically, you want to use your Alice, you want to use your phone and go to Jackbox.tv. You want to go to Jackbox.tv. I'll put a link in the chat here. Oh, I should sign up because pose. There we go. Kawawas, that's me. Dun,
Wait, what do I have? Okay, I'm at the website. What am
Oh,
I
I wanted
supposed
to. Yeah, it's better when I'm first. Jackbox.tv. Pose. Saw. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da.
Wait, what am I supposed to be doing?
You want to go to you want to go to on your phone. Use your phone if I'm assuming you have it within reach. Go to
Yeah,
Jackbox. Yeah, go to Jackbox.tv on your browser.
I did.
And then the room code is POES. And then make
Caps?
whatever your I don't think it's case sensitive. And then make your name whatever it could be. What do you call it? My little, well, whatever fits. My little friend. Is that too big? My little self. My honorable mention. Look at that. We got 2 more slots. You better hurry up if you want to pose, hose and pose. This is a big game. Quiplash is a
You
good
spelled
game.
gender wrong, Stoner.
No, it's on purpose. Where?
Oh, I should have known.
Wait, where did it say? Use promo code gender. Yeah. Because I asked what JC stands for and I couldn't think of anything. So I'm just like gender confused with gender with a J.
Gender quality?
Your inside, I was gonna say your inside jokes make more sense. My inside jokes and names and nicknames and little show phrases are all retarded. No, it's gender with a J. Oh, so Adam, you want to go to Jackbox.tv on your phone? Dude,
I thought we were playing.
Hog Dog is in.
Is it,
No,
like,
because
is
you have
this-
separate phone. If you can both use your phones and you could both play.
Well,
I forgot,
thought I was Adam.
What's that?
Jackbox.
The fuck?
Games.
Instead of Collins, Choit does Jackbox. I don't have the capability to phone. I'll set up a thing. I'm down to do that. I actually fixed
POES.
I've actually figured out how to play music and guitar and sing where it doesn't cut out, using my phone as a mic, which is not ideal, but I could fuck around with that later. The Inspired Jackbox Lounge. All right, everybody's in. You guys don't hear the game, I'm guessing. You haven't heard.
So you guys can tell that I'm not very technologically savvy.
I didn't know, but now I know. Jackbox off for all. Jack off box for all. Actually, I'm not gonna. Tony's mean. So you guys don't hear the broadcaster right now.
Nope.
All right, that's okay. You don't need it. So basically, you just want to come up with a funny response, and that's basically it. That people will like. That I guess it's not to be funny. Just an answer you think people are going to choose over some other answer. Usually funny and ridiculous and whatever tends to win. So you see the. Do you see the prompts on your browser?
Yes.
All right, I got to do that. Yeah, and there's a timer you'll see on the YouTube or StreamYard, wherever you're watching. So you have 70 seconds to answer, I think, 2 prompts.
Can I swear on these?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I'll let you know if you've gone too far.
I'll try not to then.
No, no, you can. How about no hard R, but double GA is okay if you must.
Oh yeah, no, I ain't. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Who are we waiting on? We got 2 more. We have 10 seconds. Who else hasn't gone yet? I think. Who are we waiting on? Oh, there's can't even see that. I'm fucking old and blind here. Honorable
me. That's
Who's
me.
the star? We got one more. Someone missed their prompts. All right, so now we're gonna vote on which ones we like most. Noah's Ark or Ferris Jesus Take the Wheel. You see where to vote on your browser?
Oh, watch us do it on here too.
Yeah, you gotta vote on your Jackbox.tv. All right. So people like my answer was Ferris Jesus, whatever, and yours. So people liked mine more. You don't have to spell things right or make sense. A bad way to make friends with your new next door neighbor. Calling him the honorable mention of be a good neighbor and stay over there. All right, now so I'm voting for that one. No hard R. That's more for Paul, who went to sleep.
Fuckers.
But now you get the game. Now you kind of get it. You're like, oh.
Yeah.
You were trying to give smart answers. This is not about being smart. This is about more retarded, but creatively retarded. If you want a really effective scarecrow, make sure it resembles Lizzo or Sarah Jessica Parker. See, some of these are good and very challenging. This is a very, this is, where can we go with this?
So we all got asked different questions.
We did. No, well, okay. we got every question we got asked. One other person got that same question. It's always one-on-one, and then everyone else votes for what they like more. Someone didn't get their answers in fast enough. I missed who that was. Fucking taking a shit. You know, fucking no, I don't think he's playing. Taking a shit during the game. You know, you have a messed up kid when they give you a crayon drawing of blank. Me being next to Charlie Kirk, your brown starfish. Ooh. Yeah. Now so see, you know, the vote could be split for this one, but I don't want to give too much analysis before we stay 3-2. That's a close one. Good night, Mr. Thompson.
It seriously in the beginning when they asked.
I was trying to be a jackass. Apparently, I'm not being jackass enough. Is there around
Oh.
two?
You know the old saying's around two. You know the old saying, beer before liquor, never sicker, get her quicker.
I'm trying to be serious.
This isn't Family Feud, Alice.
Yeah. But you get it. This is like, consider this a practice round. Vote if you haven't. Get her quicker. The rapier choice one. All right.
Wait, that's what you said?
What?
That's what you said?
What?
Then
Just kidding, it's not rapier.
Yeah. I'm understanding the rules.
Get her quicker consensually. How Matthew McConaughey stays in shape, probably by being gay in Twitter memes. Planned Parenthood milkshakes. Wow. I think I appreciate. Planned Parenthood milkshakes. Yummy. 3-2.
Yummy.
Like
I said, being gay in Twitter memes on that one.
Yeah. The name of a bar with no bathrooms. Oof, E-Lounge. No answer. Stu. Who's Stu? Ooh, E-Lounge. So far, Smiley automatically won that round. First draft movie line. Frankly, my dear, I blank. Go fuck yourself. Don't give a pee-pee, haha. Pee-pee, haha is some other dumb thing I said on a past streams. I don't even remember the context for that. I don't even remember.
Maybe coffee on your streams?
Yeah, I got coffee and whiskey on this one.
Oh, there you go. Attaboy.
A little bit. And then I'll have maybe one more whiskey after this. I'm waiting for Adam to say the word whoopee. Nah, this is the round one scores. Far Smiling with the lead, then Hog Dog and then Mr. T, and then they don't stand. I gotta write to Mr. Jackbox because they couldn't even see that. It's too up there too fast. You can be a dirty turkey with this, Alice. All right, so we should have promise. I'll get to the PPH comment after I answer these questions. Something you might all right. Everyone answer questions, including me.
Boris Mommy says you can be a dirty turkey with this, Alice.
Dirty turkey. The title of it. So, why am I reading them out loud? I'm not. We're not up to that part yet.
Because you're the special guest star in the Forrest Gump Rain Man remake. Dude, I cannot wait to meet Stoner. People are going to think we're like long. I was thinking about dressing up like Walter Sobchak from The Big Lebowski when I meet Stoner.
Please don't. We can just dress normal.
With like the yellow
Was I last there? I was overthinking that there. Let's see. Pee-pee haha was a joke about the room because it was pee-pee ha. Oh yeah, look at your good memory. Never put blank into a crock pot. A dirty turkey, pee-pee haha. again, this is I don't know. I have to call my rabbi to consult on morally what's the best life choice here.
And please convey the answer to me.
I went for dirty turkey because P Ha has gotten a nice run. Give dirty turkey some time.
It's new to me, sir.
Something you might find in George W. Bush's living room: mural of Twin Towers, honorable mention, Building 7, that 9/11 painting, and Coke butt plugs, etc. Limafau.
How are they both about fucking 9/11?
Well, because he probably
Well-
has that painting in his living room, literally.
He probably painted it.
3-2. Gotta have Coke and butt plugs. All right, let's see. Lamau, which is kosher? Yeah, which is kosher? My rabbi, which answer? A new term for when you're drunk off mimosa. Kawasaki, mimezed up. Okay, I think that's how you don't analyze.
I've never been drunk. I've never had a mimosa.
I don't like champagne. I'm not really. I don't like bubbles,
like orange
carbonated things. I like Trader Joe's whiskey.
Oh man.
Yeah,
was thinking-
very. That's well done. Good night, Mister T. Messed up. Edward Scissorhands would have been a much different movie if it were called Edward Blank Hands.
Dick hands.
Edward Jelly Hands, Edward Pee-Pee Hands. Just put a bodily function as your answer if you can't think of anything, and you have a decent chance of getting it. Someone needs to vote. We're waiting on someone to vote still. Pee-Pee hands. Jelly hands. I could picture Forrest Mommy putting in jelly hands. LOL. Sake drunk San Diego's a good time. I was going to go to Building 7. Women never date a guy who we're missing is a fag. Is an honorable mention.
Do we know whose question this is?
We'll find out momentarily. Obviously not yours. Alice Adam. And then honorable mention is Stu. Who's Stu again? Is that JC?
I don't know, but I like Stu.
Which one is JC? JC? The title of the musical you're glad doesn't exist. Pee-pee, haha, plus poop, explosive diarrhea. Well, great minds. What can you say? I'm gonna spit out my coffee. Spit out my coffee. Pee-pee, haha, plus poop, explosive diarrhea. Right to the point. You know what? Just for spelling diarrhea, dude, you spelled diarrhea correctly. I think people were really struggling with it. People always, dude. People struggle spelling diarrhea on Jackbox all the time. It's like a trope. A cocky thing to do on your first day working at Victoria's Secret. Out of Victoria's. Whip them out. Say, did I do that? And fall over. Okay. It's fucking weird.
Whip them out, but it'd be a dude.
Well,
Just
springtime for Hitler in Germany.
okay.
Whip them out, saw.
Jess like, sorry, I thought that was bad.
Freedom titties. What you might hear Big Bird say on his deathbed: I'm a fucking dead bird, yo. I pecked Elmo's ass once. I'm laughing at both of them, so you guys should both be proud, whoever came up with these. Okay, I won't analyze. Everyone vote. I don't know if everyone got it in. Yeah, I think something about also only once pecking. It made it funnier.
Just
Not
once.
just just
like,
once.
It wasn't good enough to go back.
It was good. It was tempting enough to try though. And pecked. It's a very bird-like. He didn't say it could have gone just sex. I would, I had a sexual encounter with that.
Last. Oh wait.
Where am I? I can't see that fast. And it'll say it at the end. This is round 3. I forget how this works.
Looks like it's the last lash.
Yeah, though this is the final round. You don't need to spell in this game. Good night, Mr. T. Come up with a full name for this acronym, SSQ. We're all going to have the same answer, I have a feeling.
I probably didn't spell that right. One question?
I think I would have come up with something better if we had another minute or two to do that, even without like
There's only one question
cheating.
in this round?
Yeah, this is the final Jeopardy. We're waiting on 2 people here. Who we got still waiting here? Alice, Adam, I think, and who's
No,
that other?
I'm in, bro. I'm in, bro.
Oh, I don't. Did everyone
Disconnecting me.
You can if you refresh it. So what do we say? Come on, SSQ sucking suckers queef. She sewish question. See shewish question. Suck some quickly. Segsy super queef. The secure socket queef. Super queer bait. So I think we can vote on what a few. I think we vote on which we like the most.
So you can vote for your own?
I guess. No. Well, it won't give you your own. All right, I'll vote for that. I shouldn't encourage you people. Bronze medal. All right. I knew Forest Mommy was she shoeish question. I knew it. I just had a feeling it was Forest Mommy. I voted for it because it's the most outside the box answer. I knew all of us were just gonna write queef.
Oh, fucking Jets!
I knew there were gonna be like 30 queefs on the board.
God.
Who won? Dodgers lost. Paul wasn't watching. He was sleeping. Good night, Mr. T with the win. Or yep. Hog Dog saw Kawawa as far as mommy.
Well
Good
done.
night, Mr. T. Wow.
I pity the fool.
Well, he did have some great answers, if I remember. Calling him the honorable mention, given some of the highlights. I once pecked Elmo's ass. Calling him not is that the best one? Shall we go another round? I'll can start it and
I'm down.
And I'm gonna use the facilities also and mute myself. I guess let me unplug this and then I could hear you. You still hear me? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
I can still hear you. 3, 4, 5.
Good job. Good night. Okay. All right. I'm gonna start new game. Same players. Press button to cancel game. What? Oh no! I didn't mean start new game now. All right. I'm gonna stop this. Glad to see you're all here. Let's not waste any time. How do I go back? All right. What do you guys see? That's good. All right. Entertain yourself. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. No, I won't give you a topic, but you can entertain yourself.
Talk amongst yourselves.
This is Adam Ellis with the 4G Lounge hijacking Adam Choit's podcast.
Think of a topic.
I'm surprised you don't have to be
I just peed like
an hour ago,
no.
like 7 minutes ago.
Maybe somebody in the chat will
Yeah,
give us a topic.
Give us a topic to talk about.
Well, Adam's peeing. The other Adam.
The other,
The nice Adam.
the nice Adam, Sharon. Flat Earth, go.
I don't think it's flat, bro. cats would have knocked everything off.
Now, while that is a valid point, right? I would just like to wonder why, since 1969, we haven't been back to the moon. Now, am I saying the Earth's flat? No. I do think, I mean, we got Katy Perry going up into space and fucking journalists calling her a fucking astronaut.
The Earth is not. The Earth is nor flat nor is it an Earth.
I took a shit the other day. Does that make me a proctologist?
Yeah, you're an expert. Test it. Oh, let's get back to the game here. Are you sure you want to exit? No, I'm not sure. Are we ready to start?
Alice is only 4 pints in, Force Mommy, so she's got like another. That's only like what?
You'll score points based on the percentage of people who prefer.
That's only like 5.5, 12-ounce beer, so she's still like good for like 7.
Oh, the props are up.
We don't have that many.
Do you guys have Jackbox.tv still up? Because it's began here with the same 8 players.
Oh.
Those were fucking awesome. Probably gonna lose on them, but you know.
I like this song, but I don't think you guys can hear it though. These music cues
Can take you higher.
Can you take me high?
flat but magical. Mike at Michael Coulter Limfowl.
Like, would I be surprised if some like fucking like drunk pirates from like the fucking 1700s just showed up in like the fucking Gulf of America
10 seconds
one day?
for whoever the star. Who's the star? You got 7 seconds to answer. Who
Like
are we waiting
fucking,
on? Oh, Stu.
Captain Jack Sparrow and fucking
Who's
what's his
Stu?
name?
Oh, I think I know who Stu is.
I like Stu.
I just figured out who Stu is. I think something enthusiastic you would yell at a Smash Mouth concert. Hey, now you're an all-star pee-pee, haha, somebody.
Grab his dick and twist it. Jess laughed at me. Unless she was talking about the other guy.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Honorable mention me. Forest Mine was running out of time or something, or something that would be terrifying to notice in the background of a selfie. A big black dick, a huge black fisto. What's a fisto?
I don't know.
Is that an answer that didn't get finished? Maybe there was more coming. Oh, I didn't answer. I was thinking way too deeply about a big black dick and a huge black fisto. Clip that. Don't clip that.
Oh, with the fucking drama.
Dildo. A dildo fist. I guess those exist, huh? It's one thing to take his gold, but the best way to make a leprechaun mad is to pee on him. Steal Lucky Charms. Steal Lucky. Don't antagonize the answers of your guests and players of the game. I'm gonna lecture. Steal Lucky Charms. Good night, Mr. T. He must be working. He must have been distracted. What'd you say, Adam?
There's a little dude at work that looks like he should be guarding a bridge and charging a toll.
Well, maybe
like
he is.
Like a character out of fucking Lord of the Rings or something, which I've never
What
seen.
Johnny Depp would bring to your party? Captain Morgan, honorable mention, a sleeveless shirt. Coke and Amber Heard. Heard.
Out of those two, which one's mine?
Gee,
Stew.
I can't imagine.
Kawawas.
That
Amber
one.
Erd. I like the H
Amber
silent.
Heard, dude.
I want to make a New Year's resolution in April.
It's fucking April, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm doing it now. The worst vehicle to drag race in. Riding on a retarded turtle, a smart car.
The little fucking buggies they have at work, dudes, look like they'd be racing in Mario Kart.
I was distracted. I could tell. See, I know you, even though we haven't. Riding on a retarded turtle.
I should have
I'm
known
proud of
that
that.
one retard was gonna win.
Yeah. Harry Potter can do a really weird and obscure spell that allows him to blank.
Fuck the world.
Have
for
Elon
72
babies
hours.
or fuck her in the hinny. Is that the British spelling?
I don't know, but I'm watching a show that's based out of Australia, and they call their fucking bathrooms a dunny or dinny or something.
Yeah, that's wrong. I like having Elon babies. When you read it all together, it sounds really bizarre and funny. Well done, Forrest Mommy. I like that. Retarded is the cheat code, or just type PP or
Exactly, stoner.
diarrhea. When the stork isn't delivering babies, he blank is sucking big black D, spelled out fully, or aborts them.
So if the stork is the bird that brings the babies, what's the bird that takes them away? The swallow.
There you go. I follow. I think these both of those were good. They were needed to be developed more.
See, we both
Sucking
got
big-
that one.
Sucking big black dick and aborts them. Those sound like thoughts that could use more. I don't know. The first
Retard
thoughts.
and
You
big
don't
black
really
dick.
don't have that much time though. When confronted by a mountain lion, stay calm, stand as tall as possible, and blank. Pee pee poo poo, empty the mag. It's become a little bit of a law. If you I won't analyze until after if you're gonna be pee pee poo poo or pee pee ha ha, you have to bring it.
You better mag dump.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. And that brought it. That brought it. Empty the mag. That's true.
It's like here you go everywhere.
That's
was my
round one.
question.
BBC. That's from 7 questions ago. Who was in first? I missed it. Whatever.
I don't remember.
There's still a lot of game to go. You can't have mags in Colorado anymore. Everyone anymore is muskets only. Oh, answers. Prompts are up on our browsers.
My bourbon made you take a steak. That girl.
I forgot to take your steak out for
What about some ice?
lunch tomorrow.
Oh, hang on. You got questions, Anthony? Come here.
Oh man, sometimes I don't like myself for my answers, but they're too good to not. Enough said. We're waiting on a bunch of people. 30, 29, 28. We got 3 more here. 27, 25. Saws in. We got Stu. I think is mystery Stu. Is Stu in the chat? Or Stu's a lurker. Do you like this game, Adam
Sure.
and Alice? Did someone
Where
say
am I
steak?
going?
Stu?
So,
There's Stu.
Jess wants to know if you like this game.
Yeah. Why Santa doesn't hire millennial elves?
Those are my answers.
Racist
Shut up.
against midgets who like Smash Mouth. They are fagulas. Fagulas seems almost charming. But you don't mean faggots like they're gay faggots. You mean like the South Park definition.
No good tricksters.
They're not fun faggots. Not
You guys
the-
know that episode, the Harley Riders or whatever?
I don't know. I used to watch
Racist
a
against midgets who like
lot of
Smash
stuff.
Mouth. Most disappointing thing to win on a game show: a lifetime supply of blank.
Sure.
Crack or honorable mentions. In some ways, those are the same things, are they not?
Only for me, Doug.
Yes, the Harley episode.
Everybody wants to be an honorable mention, but sorry, y'all, you can't be an honorable mention in the FMU unless you know people.
Do you sometimes think that Far's mommy lives in South Park? Like, just her between knowing the show and like her tweets, I feel like, oh, you live in like live action South Park.
So the mall in the next town over is called South Park Mall.
Benefits of Walmart Plus.
Who is
if
the
they fuck up the
5492nd
order and
ranked
forget
player?
something, they refund it. And they also give you extra stuff.
Vote.
Oh.
Who has a bad tennis ranking? Pee pee poo poo or a female? Again, aren't those the same answer? I'm just kidding. Misogynist podcast. We'll do an all misogyny week 1 week, and then we'll do a sports week.
Are you going to argue that the 5,400 something player in tennis out of both genders is most likely a female?
No, I was saying that they're the same
I'm not
answer.
talking to you, bro. I got stuff going on over there.
What would happen if you removed all of Johnny Depp's many scars? Choit went to prom with his cousin. 9 dicks would come out like a Medusa.
Never mind.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what to answer this one either. I forgot to answer it. I was thinking about it. Oh, Stu. I got Stu down to 2 people, I think it could be. Big Jew or suck my dick. To a 2, 1, 0. I'm here to mansplain. I was referring to the Frankenstein's monster, not Dr. Frankenstein, but he, culturally.
You don't have to explain yourself, Adam. It's okay.
I'm explaining it to the I don't know, the interverse.
Talk about mansplaining.
Life hack.
Was...
What can an ordinary melon baller can also be used for full frontal lobotomies, denutting for trans surgeries? I don't even know what this question is. I'm retarded. Melon baller? What's a melon baller?
It's like a cantaloupe, a watermelon. It's like a mini ice cream scooper.
Oh, I see. Quiplash. What up? We're playing it. What's up, Kaz? Kaz? Is it like a Z or Kaz or Kaz? What Burt Reynolds' mustache would say if it could talk? WrestleMania, Choit sat on me. Sat on me in the past tense versus Choit sit on me. Just making sure I read it
Like a witch.
I was surprised. Oh, what did I? Did I forget to vote on for that one? Where am I? I voted for WrestleMania. It didn't go through. The fuck? Sorry about that. I tried to vote for WrestleMania. Inappropriate time to wear a tuxedo. When teabagging, AOC, full balls, or nothing. Anal exam. These questions, these rounds didn't inspire. I'm feeling suddenly inspired. I'm feeling more inspired, but I feel you. Good night, Mr. T, a little bit there. Anal exam is way funnier. What the fuck?
Thank you.
How could a tuxedo to an anal exam? How funny is that juxtaposition? You guys are wrong. You guys don't know anything about what's funny in Quiplash and Jackbox.
Ooh, third place.
I'm still laughing about anal exam and wearing a tuxedo.
Dude, because
could be-
I went and got the silver bullet. Did they buy you dinner first?
It's like
No,
a
it wasn't when
backlist for it's a tuxedo gown
Oh,
kind of. It's
shit,
like a
now when you vote
backlist.
on here, you
Lemma
better hurry
foul.
up.
Come up with a hot new Broadway musical with this word in the name, taint. I mean, the sky is the limit, is it not? I feel like there's almost this would be a lot of pressure for Courtney to come up with something here because you have just so many options. Like, just you could put taint and then any other word. It's you're onto something, are you not?
Should I answer for Alice?
Yeah, then I guess you get just two. Give a different answer. You get 2 shots at it. Okay. Come up with a hot new Broadway musical with this word in the name, taint. My name, Adam Choit, taint it to me, baby. In the taint of the night, liquor, Terminator 2, Judgment, taint the musical. My fault. There's no taint like show taint. That dick taint puss fuck it. Okay.
Hurry up, you come here and vote real quick.
It's okay. Good night, Mr. T. Lemma foul. Still number 1. The
I
Bear
don't
Jew.
know. I don't know what your phone did. I tried.
Did I?
You're about to miss it.
I gotta force quit that. I thought we would I thought we all kind of disappointed. It's challenging to come up with something witty like based on an existing title.
The one I put for you didn't get any. I got 4,000.
Taintler on the roof. I should have put. Taintler on the roof. I always come up with it after. Tainted love. LOL. And who the hell would you want to teabag AOC? I feel you get the clamps from her. I'm gonna decipher all of the think about that later.
No, you get something worse from her, dude.
She got them big horse teeth.
Scuff marks, bro.
You're saying she wouldn't be careful with you. You got to be careful. Don't hurt nobody out there. It's a dangerous world out there. Nice job. Oh, did I win? Who won?
I won.
Oh, other Adam, not me. You shit, yeah, that's fucking up. Well, congratulations, because see, you get it. You fucking get the game and shit. You get it. See, first round, you're just like trying to be all like, oh, we're playing Family Feud or whatever. We got to come up with intelligent answers. Then you just put pee haha and just yell type of.
That's all you need to do. And big black cock and anal stuff. Well,
I don't know if that always is going. Is always big.
That's my kind of crowd, bro.
Clock, big back clock, big back, big. What I'm trying to say is big back clock is what I'm trying to say. I might have to use that. You can't force a catchphrase to catch on, but big back clock, I might have to start using. It's also impossible to say. I friggin' love Quiplash. Yeah, we could go another round. It's also the other reason Quiplash is a good game, because besides not having any real skill other than making people entertain, is that the pace of it moves. Some of these other games are a little bit slower, where it's like, let me think of some shit where there's dead air, and then Tony gets mad or some shit, and then we're dealing with that. So who needs all this shit? Can you burp on command?
Uh-uh.
Our second date, she fucking belched like that after eating hot barbecue wings and drinking draft beer with me, and I was like, "Yep,
Love at first.
We named our children.
What's that? You name your children after.
Second date.
You told me that story of Grayson's, why it's Grayson. I forgot what the story is, but I remember you telling me it was like some meaningful thing. I'm nicer. I'm a nice enough person and empathetic enough to remember you told me some meaningful shit, but I'm fucking self-centered prick enough to forget the details of the story, which are probably important, but nevertheless.
Oh man.
Why is your kid named Grayson? Tell me the story. Refresh me.
So, I always wanted to name my daughter Scarlet, and I always wanted her to have my mother and my grandmother's middle name. I always wanted to name my girl Scarlet because of Gone with the Wind, and I thought it was a strong name, but a pretty name. So we were on our date, and he was talking about he wanted to name his boy a Junior, and I said, nope, not dealing with that. Not happening.
Not because you're Jewish, just because you're not into that. Interesting. Jews don't do juniors.
I have juniors in our family, and as some of the younger juniors would grow up and didn't want to be called certain things, I would get very confused at who was who, and I just no. So I said to Adam, I was like, well, I always wanted to name my daughter Scarlet, and Grayson is a really nice name, and it's a strong name, an intelligent name. So we can name our kids Scarlet and Grayson. It would be like Scar and Gray for short after the Ohio State Buckeyes. And he was like, good.
That's
deal.
what it was.
Yeah. And he was like, good deal. We're good.
Nice.
Yeah. Like I'm always fascinated, and I talk to my daughter about this stuff because like she's starting to get older, and like, you know, we talk about more things, and I always tell her, like, I'm always so mind boggled by couples that are like, oh well, my wife had a baby, I don't want her to work anymore, or I wanted this kind of house and she went, and I'm like, did y'all like not discuss these things? Because Adam and I were discussing all these things. I remember one day he asked me, he was like, when you settle down, what kind of house do you want to have? And I said, I just want a little simple house on some land, because that's what I grew. And it wasn't a ton of land, but it's 2 acres. It's a decent amount. And I'm also like, I'm going to say it, I am not live in the middle of nowhere type of girl. Like I want things to be somewhat close to me. And he asked me what kind of house I wanted. I told him, and he was like, yeah, like that's what I would like too. But yeah, we talked about all these things before we got married.
No, you're right, and that's why you're still married, and some of us are no longer married, and my parents are still married and happily married, and they're like early days where looking at houses and probably having the conversation that you're describing. I do not know for sure if they belched their future children's names at Burger King or not, but I can ask them to either way.
It was Tony K's.
Yeah,
Who?
It was Tony K's over beer and chicken wings.
What's Tony K's?
Local restaurant.
Yeah.
Bar grill.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's on their menu?
Yeah, like our first date was this tiny little bar in our town. It's still open.
It's a shithole bar in our town.
Yeah, it's just a total shithole bar. And we just went there and drank beers and ate French fries. Our first kiss was based off of Good Will Hunting. Do you remember that?
Right.
I'm listening.
Yeah, have you ever seen Good Will Hunting?
Of course.
Okay, so you know the part where Matt Damon and I can't remember her name, they go out for the first time, and it's kind of like, the first kiss is always so awkward, like let's just like get it over with. And I brought that up to him, and it's like, I've been waiting to kiss this dude for 2 years now. So it's like, let's just get that awkwardness over with, and like let's just kiss. So we did.
They did that in Annie Hall, also the Woody Allen movie. I don't remember that. Minnie Driver, is that her name? Am I making that up?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
wrong?
yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
How about them apples?
British chick. That is the best movie ever. It's a good one.
It is.
Dave Smith. This
That
I
and
randomly. I'm just saying randomly thinking this, but Dave Smith. It came up on Part of the Problem, the movie. I forget why, but he's like, what? So someone asked like, what conspiracy theory do you believe in or not? Maybe it was a live show or in a chat or something. And he said he doesn't believe that those two guys wrote that movie. That kind of made me laugh.
That's funny.
There was a development process. You know, it's fucking not the first draft. Like people, they're just writing, and then other people are giving opinions, and they're reworking it, and then it has to be good enough that Robin Williams wants to fucking do it and shit. So there's a process. It's a good. It's yeah, like it really takes you into that world. Like you believe that those people. I love the scene with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon where it's towards the end, and Matt Damon's like, oh, what are you going to tell me that I owe it to myself to pursue something bigger and this math shit or whatever? And he's like, no, fuck you. You owe it to me. Because, like, you know, all of us.
You owe it to me and everybody else
that
couldn't get into his neighborhood with the brain you got.
Yeah, what a great scene. When are they going to make a sequel? Good Will Hunting 2, Back in the Act. Good Will Hunting 2, part 2. Good Will Hunting 2, Judgment Day, the musical.
So my dad and I love that movie. And one year I gave him the VHS of that movie, and he looked at me later in the day on Christmas and said to me, that was the perfect gift from you. That was the perfect gift that you could give to me.
That's cool. It's you know
Yeah,
what
I like my dad. He was pretty cool.
You know what it is? I feel like there's a lot of them, and it's not like guys are not allowed to cry at movies, but particularly though that movie, and I would say even just Field of Dreams off the top of my head, they're kind of like movies that in a lot of ways are kind of made for men, but they're also like movies where it's okay for a man to cry. Like Good Will Hunt, I mean, it's obviously for all audience, but there's something about that movie. It has like these male leads, you know, these fucking Boston pricks. They're kind of vulgar and whatever. And it's like their point of view, dating chicks and whatever.
With my dad's MS, his emotions, he had a harder time controlling them. And I think maybe that made me realize like men like do feel. They do. They just feel in like a different way that women do.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, and men are definitely emotional. I'm so tired of the men aren't emotional. It's like
I'm very emotional. I'm just trying to get it under. I'm trying to keep it. It's all on the inside.
More than women do. And guess what that is? My darling men, an emotion.
What do we do more than women? What do we do?
Who has emotions in check.
No, but what did you say? What did you say before that? What do we do?
Men kill and rape more.
Oh, kill and rape more because we don't have control of our emotions.
And like anger is an emotion, and
sure,
you know, women cry more than men, but men tend to get like angrier more than women, and it's just you just hope you can find the right person to balance you out in those moments.
Yeah, no, that's well said. I feel like just not that TP poo ha and all of our great conversations in Jackbox hasn't been fun up to this point, but there's just like these certain moments where it's like one of y'all are saying some deep shit, but in a profound way that kind of like resonates with me. I'm like, oh yeah, she's fucking spitting some like
Thor just spoke some truth.
Yeah. No, I'm learning this. It's important for me to like, not important for me, but there's like a reason that I'm like here with this couple right now at this time in life to be reminded by what's important or some dumb shit or whatever.
Dude, you
values,
all right.
etc.
I'm not one for unsolicited advice. I usually don't give advice unless it's asked for.
I'll
will say
go
that.
for it. Go for it, because you sound like you have a good thought, an interesting thought.
Dude, relationships ain't 50-50, bro. Like
Nope.
whoever said, like it's not 100, 50-50, 200.
I don't want to cut you off. I don't want to cut you off, but I have heard this before in some regard, and I think it's more like, tell me if this is where you're going. It's 70-30 sometimes, and then the other times it's 80-20, and then other times it's 90-10.
There's no exactly. There's no
People have different roles.
Yeah, different roles, and then like,
And
dude,
then
people's emotions change almost like the seasons, dude. Like when her dad died, it was rough, and then like so that's when I needed to be the rock. My mom died in December, and that's when she needed to be the rock. And like, there's different foundations. Relationships are a fluid thing, dude. Don't ever expect, to tell a woman you do this and this and I do this and that's our roles. Like that's just not how it rolls. Like
Hold on, let me write that down. You don't say that out loud, especially. I'm gonna write that down.
dude, there's times where I need to do other things than what I normally do. There's times where she does other things than she normally does. And that's just the way it goes, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's the way of the road, bro. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what else to say. Like, if you're expecting 50-50 or 100-100, like, your relationship's gonna fail. If you understand that there's gonna be times where you need to be more, because there's also gonna be times where you're gonna be less. And
Yeah.
I mean,
You gotta raise each other up, be each other's cheerleaders, all this shit. Why are you bringing me down, talking about all these deaths and stuff like that? No, I'm just kidding. I'm
well, no, like
I'm
it's
sorry
just,
for your losses.
dude,
I want to say
alright,
I'm sorry for your
alright.
losses.
You asked a question, I shall answer.
No, I appreciate it, of course.
Death is the biggest strain that'll be put on a relationship outside of like cheating and beating. Like,
Expectations. People not meeting each other. People not meeting expectations, that unfair expectations, unreasonable expectations,
right.
or
And dude, like,
unknown expectations that were not set, that were only set in your head, in your heart, in your head.
There's unseen shit that goes down in a relationship that, like, no matter how early in your relationship you talk about it, there's shit that's gonna happen that you just don't see.
Yeah.
You know, and it's who knows who that's gonna affect more.
Yeah,
You know,
life be that way.
there's been times where, whatever, it could just be a random Wednesday. And, as a dude, you could feel one way, as the wife, you could feel another way. But to be, dude, 50-50 is a joke. I was on Sibling Revelry's podcast or show the other night, and it was brought up about work that, like, if you do what you love, it's not work, and that's just bullshit. Like you can love it, but it's work. Relationships are work. You can love your relationship, but dude, relationships are work.
No, there's something to that.
Or anything worth value in your life is going to take
Anything worth
work.
bettering in your life is going to take.
I get to stay home with my kids. I get to homeschool my kids, but I still work. I mean, there's a lot of days, and he can tell you because he comes home late at night, that I am on my feet like all day, and I'm like constantly doing stuff. And yeah,
I don't know
still
how moms
work.
do it. I don't know how moms do it. That's like one of those things that people say when they go on like a daytime talk show, like someone trying to like score points, and then all the women are like, "Ah, look at the guy."
She has been a stay-at-home mom for coming up on 15 years. Actually, longer than that because she.
I don't want to be a
lost-
mom. I don't want to be a mom. But go
Dude,
on.
I would work
won't
90 hours a week to not have to do what she does.
I will say one of the greatest compliments Adam ever gave to me, and this was even before we had our son, and he is a handful. Without a doubt, one of the greatest things that ever happened to me. But he's a lot. He's wild. He's a boy. That's what he does. But one day, Adam was home, and it was just Scarlet. Like it was just Scarlet, and he's like, I would rather go to work than have to do what you do all day. And like people will take that in a way as an insult, like, oh my God, you don't want to be with your kid. No, he's just not built the way that I am.
Which Adam?
I think she's probably me. She's probably talking about me, responding to me saying I don't want to be a mom.
But yeah, like things that bother him, they don't bother me. Like we've talked with like my son, like he'll like be screaming and just all over the place, and he's just like, oh my God, be quiet. And I'm just in the kitchen just washing dishes. Like whatevs.
You know what helps you
It's
guys, I think?
background noise to me.
I think what helps you guys is that you're good at biology. You like biology. You embrace biology. Just generally speaking, you don't like you did say like, oh, if you don't, it's not necessarily this person does this role 100% of the time, but you naturally fall into your your roles, or you just even just whatever needs to be done that day. It seems like because you embrace actual like biology, like generally speaking, like you have more, Alice, you have more patience for mom like parental things, like the kid's screaming, like I don't, he wants to go to work, so I mean he's got to go hunt and fucking come back, kill some buffalo, and
Right.
I'm gonna
It's just in a different context now.
Yeah, I want to go into a black voice deaf comedy jam bit about like men hunt and women nest, and men be this way and women be like men be like this way and women be like that way. That used to
And
be
that's how our household is, but
was fun.
it's just a different context. You know what I mean? Like, dude, normally I cut the grass. We've had a tractor for the past 4 years
No,
here.
it's been like 6 years.
All right, that
we
long.
got it before Dad died, so like 6 years.
So it was a big tractor that would cut the grass, and now we have a 22-inch push mower. The tractor took a shit. I sold it. Like, I mean, and she cut the grass that she cut today was the first time the grass got cut.
You got any video footage of that or photos of her out there putting in work?
I don't, because I was at work.
Yeah, you need like a selfie stick and a timer or something.
But then again, like that's not
Okay.
me either. Like I wouldn't do that anyway. Like all she's trying to do is help take the burden off of me.
That's cool.
You know what I mean? Like,
What's that?
I was out there. My dad didn't raise no bitch. I was out there mowing that lawn with just a push mower. At least the mower we have now is self-propelled.
My dad didn't raise no bitches is a pretty. I kind of like that.
that
sounds
should be a T-shirt.
Yeah, it's empowering and fun. I think it's empowering. It's not demeaning. You're taking the word back, obviously, owning it in a sense, the B word, bitch word, but you're also exclaiming. Is that the right word? Family values.
And it wasn't like my dad was like, you can't depend on a man. It wasn't that. It was just my dad wanted his daughters to be able to take care of themselves. Same with his sons. Like men will do the dishes too, and they'll mow the lawn, and the girls will do the dishes.
I think the
and
statement
girls will mow the lawn.
I think the statement really kind of does imply all of that. It's feminist, but it's also it's not whatever third wave, 69th wave feminism or whatever level we're at now. It's kind of like, some social.
No,
what
dude,
kind of
my
more socially
dad
acceptable to the average
was
person?
more like, I have no good way to say this. My dad was more just like, I don't want you to have to stay with your rapist, abusive husband.
What? Is that like Chris Rock stay off the pole kind of thing? I only
My grandfather was
Can of
really,
worms.
stay off the pole. That's like an extreme way of saying stay off the pole or something.
yeah, my grandfather was a really like, he's like the most awful man you could think of. And my dad didn't ever want his girls to be like that. So he didn't want his sons to think that like,
Men are bad. Is that what
it's not like I never talked about this. You can go back
Hold
to
on, go ahead,
S17.
go
I was just gonna say, so I'm trying to place some of the things you're talking about your grandfather that either we talked about previously on podcasts
Yeah,
or
I've
I've
talked
heard
about
you
it
on
because
other.
I
Yeah,
think
you get
families cover a
personal.
lot.
Y'all are wild. What's that? What's that?
Families cover shit up.
Yeah.
Like
No, well, we all do.
family,
We all
yeah.
rationalize for our own whatever. I will watch a sitcom maybe. I would probably inspired by based on you guys are fun. Like I picture like you guys are good. You guys are good sitcom couples. I guess what I'm saying. Reality show worthy. I mean, that's what this is. That's what we're doing right now. This is all real. All these streams are just it's just
You haven't
new.
even brought the kids into your reality show idea.
That's what I'm saying.
We
Like
could
that
make
too.
so much
Like
money off of those kids. We could make so much money off of our kids with the shit
Why
that
don't-
happens in our house. And
you don't want to exploit them, is what you're saying. That's not your
Yeah.
goal.
yeah, exactly. But
They-
man, I could
they
make so
can't
much
consent.
money, dude.
They're unable to consent to being. But there are child actors. But it's always weird, huh? That's just
Dude, I would never ever allow one of my kids to be a child actor.
well.
Never.
I mean, yeah.
Never.
What about it?
No, dude, like we when our daughter was younger, like we thought about like sending pictures in like to be the Gerber baby.
Yeah.
To us and, oh my god, like people would give us cards.
Yeah.
No, like I'm totally good, dude.
That's
oh my
cool.
god, your baby would be the perfect model baby. It's like, yeah, no.
We know she's perfect, but like she's our perfect. She's not. You don't deserve her. So
Yeah.
She has the rest of her life to make choices that piss you guys off, so you don't need to put her into.
Ain't that the fucking truth?
Camera right away. Let her path go down that some other.
Like there's a
creative
meme
way to upset you guys. I'm sure.
There's a meme that has like Bane.
She's 14. She's our kid.
You guys know the meme that's like Bane from Batman going like my attitude. And then like off in the distance there's like a miniature version of Bane in a pink like leotard saying my daughter. That's mine and my daughter's relationship.
Oh my
in
god.
A nutshell.
Do you know what one of the best parts of my life is watching Adam deal with a female version of himself. It's the greatest thing.
And the thing is like when I was 14, dude, like I don't even want to say what I was doing when I was 14. I'm like a live recorder.
Like, no, but what's the female version of Adam? How does that manifest itself in one way or another?
When Scarlett's 18, she can come on your show and she can tell her. Like she has the confidence, yet what's the word? Like she'll put out what she believes in, but she'll hold back what she's not sure about. So like
that's
reserved,
intelligent.
Like and dude, arguing with her.
Oh, it's great. So
It's like they're arguing with each other themselves.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll never, ever, ever forget. So Scar's like 3.5, maybe 4 years old. And we're in our living room at our old house. And Adam like gets down to her level because she's like not listening. And he gets
she's
down
like 2-3 years old, dude. Like
watching this. And he like is talking to her. And she's, I mean, dude, like, I don't think so, motherfucker. I mean, she didn't say that.
But she's three.
That was
2 or 3.
dude,
Yeah.
we were trying to break her the bottle. And we gave her a sippy cup of ice water. And she was
I mean,
freaking out and
this-
freaking out and freaking out.
this-
I know it's not the same story. But she's freaking out and freaking out and freaking out. And I'm trying to tell her, like, you can't have a bottle anymore. You're a big girl. Like that whole conversation.
gave her a couple.
So I gave her a sippy cup of water, dude. It had like Rapunzel and Snow White and all the fucking princesses on it. And I gave it to her and turned around and walked out of her room and was basically to the point where, like, this is it. Deal with it. I closed the door and then smack. She threw the fucking sippy cup at the door.
No, what about the time she threw a cup of water in your face?
That's well, yeah. I mean, like, yeah. I mean,
Adam came out of the room. He's like, she didn't want the water.
like, I mean,
Well, he's in control of his emotions. He knows not to get worked up,
this is my daughter, dude.
and he's not surprised.
And then our son, like, I mean, you see in our daughter, like, she's definitely like Adam, but you can see me in her too. Our son is the same thing. Like, you can definitely see him in our boy, but our son is so much like me. He's so much like me and my dad's side of the family. It's amazing. He's the best thing
In what ways?
ever.
I've seen him on the pop-in streams for a second, or you talked about him obviously,
Dude, he's the coolest kid. He's so funny, and he thinks I'm the greatest thing in the world. Like,
yeah, he
the
likes
great.
you. That's cool.
That's an understatement.
Yeah.
So when we go to hotels, he'll like see us out the door, right? So we're at a hotel the one time, and Adam and I are like going down to the bar or something downstairs. Grayson's like, "Bye, mommy. I love you. Miss you."
Dude, he's just poking his head out the window, like yelling at us down the hallway. Love you, mommy. Miss you. And then I'm like, love you, Bubba. And he's like,
I miss you, mommy.
love you, Dad.
How old is he?
8.
Oh, okay.
And I looked at him and I'm like, don't even. Because for like 6 years, nobody loved me.
Hey,
Because
kids
our
can
daughter
be fickle.
was all about him, for sure. Still is.
People have their favorites, but that could change.
They do.
And evolve.
And okay, so you know how they say when you have kids, you get your payback, right? Okay. So me and my mom were very much alike. And me and my mom argued quite a bit back in the day, like a lot. There was a point where we couldn't even sit in the same room for like a couple of minutes without going at each other. It was bad. And then like my mom ended up being like my best friend. And my dad would say all the time, like, you two are so much alike. And my dad told me, he was like, one day your mom's going to be your best friend. And I was like, she's not going to be my best friend. He was like, yeah, she is. Like, you two are so much alike. And now I'm getting my payback. I have to listen to Adam and her go back and forth. There has literally been times where I have said to our daughter, just do what your dad told you to do, because I don't want to listen to him come home and just go on and on and on because You didn't do what you were supposed to do. And the funny thing is he can be a lot like my mom, but when it comes to lecturing the children, he's just like my dad. It's a never-ending story. It just goes and goes and goes.
Your son sounds like he's easier to deal with in general than your daughter.
It depends on how you look at things. My
Right.
son has
Apples and
broken
oranges.
3 bones. My son has broken 3 bones. Been in the emergency room, obviously, multiple times. Yeah, I have broken my bones trying to stop him from breaking his bones. My son will literally run across the room and run into a fucking wall.
You're
It's fun.
out of all the people in your family that you've sort of described and I've sort of gotten to know or whatever, despite from me
They're all
telling you them,
fucked up. We know.
that was not what I was gonna do. I cannot confirm or deny. No, families are fun. I'm probably most like your son than all of you all, maybe, because I could see like I like my mom, and I will run into walls and my broken bones. So like just from that stuff alone, and I like comedy. I like humor, and I like to think I have a sense of humor. So I don't know. Your son's cool. So in like 6 years, oh no, your son's only 8.
He'll be 9 in May.
So I'll book
Yeah.
him for 20. What year is this? 2033. 30. No. What is Matt? 2035. Your son. I can book him for.
He'll be 18. He'll be 18
Yeah.
in 2035.
Right. I gotta get both of your kids on together to hear the other side. I like the meme where it says what's the meme with the let's hear from, I want to hear from the not just the valedictorian, the person with the dumbest kid in the school.
Yeah,
too.
the lowest GPA.
Yeah, I want to hear both sides of the story. I want to hear the other side of the story. Not that this is relevant, but I thought of it anyway. I think of memes. It's how I'm taking medication for that. I'm just walking around sometimes and memes come into my head, and it's like a thing, ailment I have to
You
deal
should
with.
get off that stuff.
Yeah, my doctor prescribed to deal with too many memes in my head. I'm done with that now. My girls are May and June. Those birthdays. I think that's the chat is having conversations. I don't know. Yeah, well, that's cool. Families are fun. I'm gonna go get someone pregnant after this stream. I might do that or have a snack. We'll see how things go. Play it.
Do you want kids?
Maybe, I don't know. It seems challenging financially, and there's some other steps I have to take before that process happens as well. But
If you wait to have kids till you have money, you'll never have kids.
Yeah. That's actually what my high school principal
That's the truth, dude.
At our graduation. What a different time we're living in.
Yeah.
He was encouraging like family and children. Listen, family is not for everybody. It's not. This whole like push the birth rate thing,
Trophies.
This guy has to listen to me go off because I have for being a Gen Xer, I have a very different attitude towards the whole Gen X thing. A very different attitude.
What generation is Gen X? That's the older. That's old. I'm a millennial. That's older. The next older one.
Yeah, I'm like the last of Gen X. 79. Oh no!
I know what fucking year you were born in.
I'm 82. I'm a millennial.
Yeah, you're a late Gen X or early millennial.
Yeah,
you'll fit. I'm 81.
Late millennial, elderly millennial.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. Like, I look at a lot of Gen Xers, and I'm like, your parents didn't really care about you. Like, you know that, right?
I do.
It's like so funny because we'll see stuff and they're like, oh, when I was a kid, I was out like drinking alcohol and running from the cops. I'm like, yeah, that's like literally not what I want my kids to be doing.
Yeah.
And it's funny to hear our daughter make fun of like older generations. She's like, yeah, look at me killing my brain cells, drinking alcohol and smoking weed and running from the guy.
And what?
It's
Running
so
from the what? Running from the
running
what?
running from the cops.
Yeah.
Did that.
They're making fun of the older generation
Oh yeah,
for
and
being
you're
rebellious and for
sitting
drinking and
there like,
smoking.
I'm not gonna look through my kid's shit. Yeah, look through your kid's shit. You're gonna see what they think of you.
Yeah.
Kids don't do that shit though.
My kid would make me cry. They would because they would know what hurts me
Oh,
the
dude,
most.
you should have seen some of the stuff that, like, when I would read through our daughter's shit, like, and she knows I do. She knows I like read through everything. She tends to forget it sometimes, but she knows I read through all that stuff. But the stuff that kids were saying about their parents being Biden supporters was hilarious.
The kids are making jokes that in they're 12, 13, 14 years old, making jokes about their parents being Biden supporters.
Yeah. They're
That-
like, my parents
Are they getting
are-
writing jobs in comedy? Do they have connections or something? Anyway, go on. What were you saying? What was that all about? How did that all
Like,
go
listen,
down?
some of the kids, just like with Gen X and older millennials, some of the kids are definitely they're not okay. But some of these younger kids are definitely okay. Like they're looking at their parents like, bro.
Yeah, you're retarded and you're retarded liberals. There is something to be said like that. The younger generation is not like. That's why you don't get. That's why like the everyone needs to. White people need to make more babies thing. It's not necessarily true because like the younger generation also is somewhat becoming more conservative or not as retarded as their liberal parents are, and also more minorities voted conservative and voted for Trump this go around than ever. So I don't know. I'm not. I don't know if America's going away this second per se, like based on demographics, you know.
None of my daughter had anything to say about it.
Yeah. Sharia law coming to Ohio or no?
And she'll be allowed to vote in the next presidential election.
Yeah.
She's gonna vote for
So
Sharia law in Ohio? Or no? No, I don't know. I think the kid it's
No,
important.
she'll like write in Slipknot or something.
She'll what?
She'll write in Slipknot or something.
She's on her way to being a shit posting troll, which I guess would make some sense.
On her way might be a
she's
late
there.
turn.
Yeah. She's does
Yeah.
she
Does she
Oh,
what?
I was gonna ask, is she expressing any like career path interests, or is she a creative person or something? Is she a professional?
She's extremely creative and talented. Extremely.
Yeah.
Like what's funny about her is when we went to get her ultrasound, remember? And the
She was
doctor
playing
said
violin inside you. She was playing a musical instrument.
The doctor
No, she was more headbang.
the doctor said she had a beautiful brain. And then
Oh shit.
so we get like that, like he was like in amazement, and he was one of the
Dude, does she have a high IQ or
top
something?
ultrasound doctors. He was like an older dude. He's like, wow, she has
He's seen a lot of
brain.
them. Dude, do you have those ultrasounds? I can share them on the thing.
I mean, I don't have them on me.
It's somewhere.
You gotta dig
one
those
of
up.
her like monthly checkups after she was born. She was fighting. Was that a vaccine trip?
No.
She was fighting the exam, and the doctor. He was an old school. Like they don't have doctors like this old man anymore.
Yeah,
he was
both
old.
Kids' doctors were old school, and since they've retired, we don't take our kids to doctors anymore.
He turned to us and he said, he's like, she's a fighter. She's gonna be a leader. And it's crazy because, at 14, which every kid goes through, like, she battles self-esteem issues.
What are those?
But yeah, like deep down, man, like she's gonna be a fighter, man. She is
That's
a
awesome.
fighter.
Yeah.
Well, we've
I'm hearing
really
that
seen
Christina
like
Aguilera
past-
song in my head. What's that?
in the past year, like she's definitely become like more confident, just
What's
more
our trick?
secure.
How you do that? How does one go about doing that?
I guess having cocky ass parents like us.
Oh yeah, good influences that helps. What is she in? What is
I
she?
tell my daughter all the time, like you can't rebel against the rebellion, and she like
Oh,
tries to find new ways to do so.
I will never forget. Like she started rebelling against us, and we were in the backyard, we were having a fire, having a few beers, and he's sitting there talking about it, and he was just stunned that she was rebelling against us. And I'm like, well, honey, like she's becoming a teenager, she's our kid. This should be expected that we're gonna have to deal with this stuff. And he's like, yeah, but why is she rebelling against us? She should be rebelling against the government. And I'm like, because
is
to
you're getting
you,
Yeah, this is my exact thoughts I
to
would be having.
her, we're the authoritarians. It's not the government right now. To her, we're the authoritarians. I remember that girl was 13 years, no, not even 13. She was 12. And she yelled at me. She's like, you won't even let me get a job. And I was like, that's not me stopping that from happening. That's the government.
Yeah, no, that's an unintended consequence is that you're
Send
having
you up the street to get a job, I would. I was working at your age because my parents own their own business. I don't give a fuck. I'll send you up there. But and yeah,
what's the Pro Child Labor podcast stream so everyone knows. Michael Coulter. This chick knows what she's talking about. Adam, referring to you. Thick. Double C. You're a lucky man.
Yes, I know, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. No, that's cool.
and I mowed the lawn today too.
Yeah. What does your t-shirt say? My dad didn't raise no bitch or something, but something else you said.
My daddy didn't raise no bitch, man. Like, yeah,
I think
my
I guess
dad.
it was something like that. Yeah.
I told Stoner tonight, we were texting, and I said, if Adam doesn't appreciate the way my dad raised me by now, I mean, because yeah, like
by now.
yeah,
By
I mean,
by August, what month is it? April 28th. April 20, whatever it is.
August.
August. I like that meme that says, again, another meme. What is the one? It says, I can't believe next month is June, but it was just randomly shared at like in April and still is. Because it's almost, but it's not. That makes it a little bit funnier. Has your daughter expressed any interest in, did I ask that already about like where she might take her life professionally or whatever?
So she's very, very, very interested in animals. Extremely interested in animals.
Why? They have smaller brains. Her brain as a fetus is bigger than any animal's on. Go on. I'm done.
I don't know, but she knows some wild shit, man.
Yeah, I
like
like
I've heard
animals.
some shit at the dinner table. Like
So
we
she's
do
like
not need to
she's going
be.
to sciences, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, and
Biology.
we went to the Cincinnati Zoo, and there was like these snakes that you could go up to. My kid walked up, totally chilled, touching these snakes, talking to this chick, like, oh yeah, like this snake, and like I'm fascinated because they can do this, and like this chick was like, you should look into volunteering and then eventually working here. My daughter's like, well, I don't live around here. And she's like, well, what zoo is by you? And my daughter told her, she's like, look into volunteering. Like she was like looking at us like, wow.
So yeah, so you guys been feeding her that curiosity and I don't
As
know.
much as we can. We
I mean,
there's
the-
no limits on it. Like we don't put limits on it.
Yeah,
the thing
well,
is
I wouldn't
like
think so.
like there's so many people that like you have to raise your kids in the time that you're living it. So like there's I wouldn't say I wish I could go back exactly to the time that I was living in, because I tell Adam this all the time. I'm like, I do not look at the 80s and 90s as a great time. Like maybe an earlier part of the 80s, but the 90s, like I watch a lot of my friends get addicted to drugs. I had to go to my best friend from high school's funeral because of drugs. So like but it's like you can't raise your kid in the time that you were living in. You have to raise them in the time that we're living in now. And you
That's a
have to
good
bring
thought.
balance to that. You
That's
have to. And you have to teach your kids how to use things responsibly. And that includes the internet. So I can look at the internet as the devil, or I can look at it as something where my kid can learn all these things at home that she's interested in, that piques her curiosity, and in the meantime, I get to work with her on things that don't exactly pique her curiosity, like
yeah. Would you say math?
yeah,
Yeah, like
like
the
my son
the
loves
basics,
math. It's his
broad
favorite thing to
education.
do is math.
Yeah, you got one math and one sciences. That's good.
Yeah,
Don't let him.
you
Don't
know,
know
so
acting.
you
No
just
acting.
say when you get to homeschool, you can teach them the basics that they need to learn. They have to learn just to get through everyday life. But then with everything else that they're curious with, it gives them more time to look into those things. Like if my daughter
I
was
love
in
this. What
regular
you're saying.
school, she wouldn't be able to know all the things that she knows now about animals and things like that. And then like kids learn things at a different level. My son is very good at math. He reads well too. He just doesn't have as much of a curiosity at reading. When I look at my daughter, if I would have had her in public school, we took her out after third grade. If I would have let her go on, she would have been so bored with the reading by the time she got to like fourth or fifth grade. She would have been completely bored
One
because she
size
was
doesn't
already
fit all. One size doesn't fit all, and even just like
exactly.
to tie it in, like back to the talking about the emotions conversation, and sometimes we're up, sometimes we're down, and different emotions and different days and relationships. Like again, I'm sure it's been a meme, but the Thomas Sowell quote, I've talked about this probably every week, like how people are not a person is not equal to themselves on a particular day. So it's like, how can we administer top-down equality, equity? Like, it's not even logical. It's not even possible when we're not even equal to ourselves. So it's like,
Yeah.
you got to treat people like individuals. I love your whole education philosophy. Like, what you're describing is kind of like what I talk to other people about, just in terms of like, if the topic comes up, how I think education should be thought of as, and having that balance between feeding curiosity and also supplying a broad education for a child with the basics math. Let them get exposed to enough where they can find what they're most interested in, just continue to feed those curiosity. And I love the testing the waters, so to speak, too, with the encouraging her to volunteer and all these things. That way you don't invest 4 years of medical school for
Right.
veterinary school, and then she finds out she doesn't like it 3 years in and thousands of dollars later, or 2 years into a career she doesn't like. You find that out earlier on. She's able to, feeding the curiosity, getting the broad education, and getting on enough on the job real life training to test the waters to see if she likes something. I think these are all things that I would want to encourage a kid to do these days, and to look back even in my own life, I just having those as like tenets, pillars, ideas to lean on. I feel like I wished I would have maybe applied that philosophy more in my own life. But yeah, the system works against you. It's all
It
propaganda,
does.
man. It's all propaganda. These schools suck. Michael Malice talked about it's the only place in in people's lives sometimes where you're at in your entire life where you experience physical violence against yourself and it's socially accepted. There's fights at school. There's blah 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 blah. Shouldn't it be the safest place where kids are most protected? Like should be a yeah, I don't know. It's cultural, it's political, it's bureaucratic. I'm sure there's tons of problems. It's Forest Mommy, obviously, a lot of her work and what she does is pushing back against the Karens and the PTAs and all this shit and the crazy left wing union. Like I'm just throwing all the terms. They're just all the terms. They're using. I'm using them all correctly, but are you engaged in the public school system where you are? Are you following local trends for better or worse of what's going on in the public schools? Or are you kind of like tuned out? Does she have a lot of friends who go to public school? I assume some. Yeah, I know you monitor her very closely.
I do. He does. But yeah, like right now she has like one close friend that goes to public school, and yeah, I mean we I always try and tell people like white suburban neighborhoods, if I know one thing about them, they're very good at covering shit up.
White
Very good
suburban neighborhoods are very good at covering shit up.
Yes.
You talking about cops?
Like everything. Like they make sure
Local government, top to bottom.
Yeah.
They made a movie about it. It was called American Beauty.
There's a lot of people that put their all into making sure that things don't get out. I mean, sometimes they do. Sometimes you get stuff that like seeps out and it becomes a big news story. But last year there was an issue at the middle school, which is where our daughter would have been going to school if she was going to public school. And these kids had a page made up of our city and the middle school fights, and it's like all these kids fucking fighting, and it's not much different than when I went to school in the 90s, and I'm just and fucking that shit got took down faster than you could blink an eye, man, and got covered up so quick, man. Like it was, and it happens a lot in our neighborhoods. And I'm not saying like it's awful to live here or anything like that. I'm just saying like shit does get covered up. And even though we live in a nice white suburban neighborhood, yeah, I have no interest in my kid going to school and having to deal with fighting the way I did growing up, having to deal with drugs and whatever else, because that's it. Like that's what I dealt with. Like, I don't even think my parents knew to do. My parents grew up with the 40s and 50s, and I'm like, yeah, I go to school and there's kids that do crack.
Crack. Kids are doing
Oh yeah,
crack.
like it was
That's not
bad.
right.
I have
That's sad. That's
off the
problem.
top of my head, 5 of my friends that I like hung out with in high school are dead from heroin.
That's awful. What's the
Yeah,
solution?
it's not fun. I didn't like. Yeah,
Trump
one
closed
of
the
them
border.
was.
I was gonna say
Yeah, it's totally gonna be fine now.
because the president he's done something. That's one. I'll give him some credit for that. Right? That has that alleviated some aspect of. It's hard to know because like whatever's here is here already. But has the fentanyl and all this shit been kind of like slowed down at all?
I don't know. Do you know? Still a
Oh.
lot of people on fucking heroin. There
Yeah.
was actually just a big heroin bust around here recently, I think. We have a lot of meth heads here. Shit, two of them live right next door.
Yeah.
Dude,
Just don't try meth.
you want to hear some fucking shit? I was out there fucking mowing the lawn and fucking weed whacking. You know that fucking bitch?
They're talking, looking at you. I know.
No, that's not what I was gonna say. You know that fucking bitch Mary's mom was using a fucking dolly to take the garbage cans out?
Yeah. I know that. Yeah.
Night, Mr. Thompson. What happened? What bitch was some taking out the trash at night right now? Is that what we're talking? What's going on?
Our neighbor, tomorrow's trash day, so our neighbor was taking out the garbage using a dolly.
A dolly, but would be is this their meth neighbor?
Yeah, she's
Oh,
methed
damn.
up.
Meth. That sounds
Dude,
like
I
Mike
said
Tyson.
right in
It
front
sounded
of
like
my
Mike
kid.
Tyson saying messed up.
I said
No,
right.
that's messed up. That's the Midwest thing, dude.
Yeah, we say methed up. They're methed up.
It's
The-
It's a double entendre.
A what?
Messed up. Like you like messed up. You're saying they're
Messed
messed.
up with meth.
You mean
Methed
both?
up.
Yeah,
You're gonna say-
What,
you're gonna
what's that called?
A double entendre. Is that right? Did I use that right?
I don't fucking know. I'm definitely the wrong dude to ask about that.
Are you not French? Are you not an English teacher, a high school English teacher? I should have. Next time I use the word double entendre, I'm gonna pause and I'm gonna go put on a sweater vest with like a tie underneath. I'm gonna change before I use certain words, so I have a costume changes, and I'm done talking about that now. Meth
And,
Americans,
I'm out.
Mexican Americans.
The
What was in
the
her
garbage
trash that it was so
can-
heavy? What was in her?
I didn't
What was
call it.
what was
It
in
has
their
wheels.
trash that it was so heavy?
Dude,
I have
that's a house of. It's a house of six.
No, 5.
Six.
Yeah,
Well,
a meth house. Do
I've-
they have? They're gonna
Dude,
wheels on their trash
So
cans.
listen, the people.
dude, like when I take my garbage out, I look over at on their lawn, and I'm like, dude, how do they have like 4 full garbage cans, and I have 2 bags?
They should.
Like-
Well, you have 4, and you have 4 in your household too. They only have 2 extra people.
Well, like 1.5, because one of them's a part timer.
Yeah, she's not allowed there too often because she said her stepdad raped her.
Jeez.
That's messed
Oh man,
up.
stay safe. You don't need me to tell you guys.
But our other neighbors are fucking awesome. We love
course.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not like the neighbors over that were the methed up ones, it's the same thing. The oldest people in the house, they took over their family home. So I've known that family like my whole life, and I'm like, y'all are not right. Like back in the day, my parents would have these big July 4th picnics, and then they would just have like little parties with family. And that dude would mow his fucking lawn. Even if he mowed it the day before, he would mow it when we were having a party. And then, yeah, his kid bought the house.
It's like
No,
he's
yeah.
got addicted to mowing. Your neighbor would be on meth and mowing the lawn. Am I
Say,
following
he
everything?
was just a dick, and he played the bagpipes at like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Is he
and I
Scottish?
think that was, I don't
Yes.
know, but he played the bagpipes at
It would
7
be
o'clock
weird
in
if
the
he
morning,
wasn't,
and I
I would-
think that's uncalled for.
At what time?
7 o'clock in the morning.
Dude, bagpipes sound like they're apologizing to you for playing the music that they're playing.
Like you're not
I believe
corn,
it.
bro. Turn it off.
Weird.
So yeah, I used to get to wake up to roosters crowing and bagpipes playing.
Roosters crowing
I
and
live in a
bagpipes
weird-
blowing.
I
There's
live
a
in
t-shirt.
weird neighborhood.
All I know about meth, I learned from Breaking Bad. I don't know if that's accurate.
Did
Or,
meth by accident once.
hey, we've all been there. Or maybe not. But did a vending machine fall on you? I remember, or a ATM machine, or a ATM machine. I remember they trying to rob the ATM and like killed the guy or some shit. Remember that shit in Breaking Bad? That's. I hope. Do ATM machines often fall and crush, killing meth heads? Is that a thing?
Only when the truck crashes into them.
Yeah.
Oh, good
Stay off
God.
the meth.
Say
Back
no
in
to
my
the-
day.
So there's these this dude. He kind of plays like a meth head, and he wears a shirt that says "meth, just don't do it." And then he'll
Wait,
like
ironically?
he wore like a dog collar. It was like, here for $50, if you run over there, I'll give you $50. And dude runs over there with a dog collar on and gets shocked. He works on a construction site, opens up some powdered sugar donuts and powders his nose with it. And he's like, "Woo, what's up, boss man? Where we going today?"
Wait a minute. You're saying he snorts? He's actually
No,
snorting.
he just put, so there was like white powder around his nose.
He's making a joke.
It went up to his boss at a construction site and said, "What are we doing today, boss man?" Boss man's like, "Get the fucking truck." And he's got to take him to the fucking, the clinic to get tested. And it's all hot outside. He's like, they got to pay you when they take you to the clinic. So,
But it was
act like I'm all,
but he's on meth, but he's making a joke about snorting cocaine.
yeah.
Well, the man has a sense of humor. He's not. He didn't lose his sense of humor in his warped, drugged out meth state. Do meth people have a good sense of humor? I'm not. I don't know. I'm not sure I saw that in Breaking Bad. That wasn't really a thing. I mean, Jesse was kind of funny, wasn't he?
I don't know, man. I don't know enough meth heads. I know one, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think dude next door has a good sense of humor.
How come they don't got
They
wheels
used
on
to
their
know
garbage?
that.
How come they don't got wheels on their garbage cans? Or do they?
Well, we only have wheels on our recyclables.
Right. Make wheels great again.
They drive around 2 trucks to put the shit in different trucks to take it to the same place. I don't know. Make it make sense.
Yeah, they need to homeschool our garbage, privatize our garbage, privatize the
Dude,
garbage.
you remember when like being a garbage man was actually like a solid blue collar job? Like you were a fucking man's man if you were a garbage man back in the day, right? These dudes nowadays, man, they
It's all
don't
deep. Yeah, go on.
they don't take shit, man. Like you used to be able to like clean out a whole house and put it on your tree lawn. And like the garbage men would come and take it all. Nowadays, like you put shit out on your tree lawn to be taken, and you go out there the next day when you wake up and you're like, well, how come all the cans are empty, but there's still a pile of shit sitting there? Because these fucking garbage men are fucking fags.
Yeah, and you pay their salary too on top of it. That's fucking.
It's so and we have in our town we have it's privatized. Yeah, it is.
Is it?
Well, it's a private company paid for by the city.
Right. It's corporatism. There's a cronyism. There's a colluding. It's not a true free market.
Our town used to be that they had that they employed men from this city to pick up the trash every day.
I actually knew some of those men.
Like-
I used to tell my parents I was going to marry a garbage man because it was
Every day in any town is fucking garbage day. So like you should be able to use the funds that are paid for by taxpayers to pick up the fucking trash. Like no matter what it is. I put it in a new bathroom cabinet and a bathroom sink. Took our old one out. It's all in nice, manageable pieces, and them fuckers didn't take it last week.
bags. once again, not the fun
Like
fact.
there's 3 holes in the sink and with the cabinet with the countertop still attached to it that I could put 2 fingers in said holes and pick it up. It's not heavy. Like my daughter could throw it into the little fucking bin that they have, and they didn't take it. But I had a twin size box spring that needs to be wrapped in a plastic fucking bag that's $10. It just
You used to not have to do that either.
you used to just be able to throw shit on the fucking tree lawn.
I'll
So-
give LA. I'll give LA some credit. Like I haven't had too much of a problem like get with my trash in general in my time living here. And I think you can usually just call the city and you tell them I'm putting my whole living room is going to be on the curb, just so you know, come pick it up. Or even better, if you just put on Craigslist free shit and give your cross streets or something close, there will be someone with a pickup truck, probably Mexican, coming to take it away. So you kind of there's there's ways to get rid of stuff.
But
for sure.
even still having to call the city, that's way more than we had to do when I was a kid. My mom would be like, "You see that
Oh,
pile
yeah.
of shit over there? It's got to go on the tree lawn." And that's all there was to it. Like dudes would show up the next morning and just toss it in the fucking truck. But
Dude,
now they got to separate all this bullshit and say this can't go with that. When it all goes to the same fucking place anyway.
that's true. Back in my day, you could put your fucking whole house on the curb. You take the house from the foundation and you put the whole house move the whole house to the curb. You used to be able to do. I like that joke. It got ruined. Got ruined by the kid yelling.
You know, like the stories, like I used to walk uphill to school both ways. So I can't say both ways, but no matter which way I walked in this town, I had to walk uphill. Like, so I was literally that kid walking uphill, trudging through the snow because we didn't have no sidewalks here and shit like that. Like, I was literally that fucking kid.
Yeah.
And then there's my kid. Like, you need to walk up that hill more.
Yeah.
And I didn't even have a nice bike path. I just had to walk it, trudging through shit. But yeah, I mean, she does do well. Whatever.
What you have?
What were we talking about?
A lot of shit. Do you have a dedicated space for homeschooling? How does that work? How do you separate the life from school? Like, is there how do you make that divide in the schedule and in the physical space or whatever?
To be honest.
So
I mean, they had their like typical
system.
like worksheets, but like
we have an education bin right here. It has their folders for their daily homework. It has the kids' flashcards and stuff in there. And then we have a classroom, which is like partly toys, and then just it's where I have my space to print out their stuff and keep everything organized.
Yeah, space. That's cool.
But the main benefit of homeschooling is to incorporate life with the education. Like it's not like the the worksheets and shit, like it's almost secondary to
how to be an adult in the world.
I have something.
What's that?
How to be an adult in the world is
exactly like
the primary thing in about education, your education.
Like Grayson's 8-9 years old, so his math is different than what Scarlett's math is, but like it's not just about like memorizing multiplication or memorizing addition or that kind of shit. It's about how to apply that in real life.
Stop being practical.
And like right when you could present Scar with a math problem that is practical, like in detail, like if you're grocery shopping and it's like a 2 for $3 deal, how much cheaper is it? Like that's where she'll flourish versus putting a flashcard or or putting a piece of paper in front of her. You know what I mean? And like that's where
Like
I think schools go wrong because they just try to make kids memorize math and shit like that versus teaching them how to apply it to like everyday life.
memorization is great, and memorization can be very, very important. But teaching your kids to kind of think is much, much more important.
Can I enroll? Can I sign up? Can I be a student? What's for lunch? Are we having bologna or are we having bologna? I stole that from Tommy Boy.
I like bologna.
I know.
Oh man.
Yeah,
No,
that's in like, speaking of food, that's like one of the things with homeschooling and honestly just being a stay-at-home mom. All of your kids' meals, and I'm not saying my kids eat great all the time, but
oh,
we
can I be your
use
chef? I'll be your chef.
I
I'll
did.
have them.
Only non-estrogen tofu, please.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Um,
non-estrogen tofu, chickpea tofu only.
But most of our meals are cooked on the stove. In fact, we ended up switching. I wanted a tiny microwave. I'm like, we do not use a microwave enough to have a microwave like this.
That's great. No,
So,
you guys, that's
yeah.
good. It's more about that preparation, how you prepare, and what ingredients and what's in your food and what you're eating versus necessarily like how much fat and how much whatever is in this thing. As long as it's not, you can eat clean. More clean is a goal, and like you're saying, and part of the pushing to eat more clean is obviously I definitely use my microwave too much, so that's great that you guys are able to not fire
We
school.
do use the microwave. It's a lot of it's used to cook leftovers.
Yeah,
Not to actually
Yeah, last
cook some.
resort, not a primary
Yeah.
thing. The love you two have is strong. It is something, Isabella Alive.
Stoner, no microwaves? What the fuck?
Oh, thank you.
Look, I love how Adam is sees Stoner's comment, no microwave, and like is addressing that. And
Well,
the comment
like,
I'm
like
showing is,
honestly, dude, like full disclosure, like seeing Stoner's comments and like me replying is like just a normal Monday night text thread between me and Stoner.
sure, you're having it live.
Like-
That's cool. I got you. No
Like
microwave.
it's
That
I don't-
emoji. The
Microwave.
very skeptical, annoyed, upset emoji. What is this
Stoner, we
emoji
take
for?
our microwave to Niagara Falls when we're not allowed to. Like we're rebellious with the
Oh yeah,
microwave.
because you're not supposed to have.
Like, so that's got to count for something.
Why can't you have a microwave in Niagara Falls?
They're abandoned hotels there. But we
Why?
take one anyways.
Because Niagara Falls, believe it or not, dude, is full of fucking foreigners. Like no matter what time of year you go, it's full of foreigners. Like sightseers, like there's big tour bus fucking and when people like
I'm waiting for the connection.
mostly Indian people go to these hotels and they'll like cook their curry and it'll smell up like
wow.
3 floors of the hotel.
But
Wow.
But we go there, we like warm up like sausage dipper.
I make
Dude.
chicken
Alfredo or something.
Alfredo sauce, which and take that with us and we heat it up.
Which is the curry hotel? Because I'll stay there because maybe
No, it's all like that.
Go to Niagara Falls, you're gonna find probably have curry for you to eat.
Yeah. So if you're gonna go to Niagara Falls, go in either like the fall or like early spring. It's a crazy sight to see. Like, go do all the stuff
I've
there.
been.
The Cave of the Winds. Go like
Falls.
What's that?
Have you been to Niagara Falls?
I have many years ago, many like 30 years ago. But
something stupid. Cute.
no, wait. I wanted to clarify the thing about the the microwave. So they're banned in Niagara Falls, or they're not banned? I think
There are not no
Hotel.
in the hotel.
In hotel.
in hotels you can't anymore. So what are
Right.
the Indians and people who
Some
want to make curry do?
hotels will have a community microwave that you can come downstairs and heat stuff in.
Okay,
a lot.
good. A meeting halfway.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. That's
Yeah,
fair.
so
Let's
we
think of only a
just-
section,
Right.
Yeah.
The
We
like a
section.
kitchen.
We just hide our microwave and
Like one of the
Dude,
biggest one of the biggest like things that are forgotten when you go on a trip and you're staying at a hotel, even if it's just for a couple of nights, dude, fucking take a laundry basket with you. It can be used to hold a bunch of different stuff, or a microwave with a blanket on top of it, so they don't know you're taking it in there.
so
Life
just-
hacks.
you've learned so much from me over the years.
Oh, that was
And
yeah.
you learn how to cut the fucking grass.
I knew how to cut fucking grass long before you,
You,
motherfucker.
and call. I think you
Wait,
got to call.
he was today we got the lawnmower and he's like, okay, you hold this down to do this, and then this is a self-propel. And I'm like, okay, like I've ran a lawnmower before, but it's so cute because he just like always wants to help me.
Yeah, you guys are great. She's getting drunk and emotional and romantic, as you should.
All at the same time.
The romantic vibes, or whatever podcast. The so did the government in the municipality locality in Niagara
No,
Falls
I don't think
ban
it's a
microwave
government
regulation?
I think it's just all the hotels trying
Decided?
to like, we're like, yeah, like we can't have this.
You know what I need. You know what needs to happen. I'm
Well,
open.
because if one hotel does it, if one hotel says no microwaves, then if there's 10 hotels, then it goes down to 9 hotels that these
But
people are going to choose from. And then if 2 or 3 more then join, then that number goes down. So then that means that eventually 1 or 2 or 3 hotels are going to have all the customers that are going to do this, and their hotels are going to smell.
Yeah, I want to open a smelly hotel.
I'm with you. Curry is some good shit, depending on how it's cooked. I'm with you. But when I go to fucking Niagara Falls for Thanksgiving, I don't want to smell fucking curry the whole time while I'm there. Like
turkey curry. Is that a turkey curry?
I mean, I'm sorry.
The cat
Turkey
caught
curry.
a sock.
The what?
The cat caught a sock.
Yeah.
The cat caught a sock. A what?
Yeah,
You-
we
yep.
adopted a declawed cat. We did not declaw him. Let me just make that clear.
Son,
And
snails.
he catches socks.
He does what socks?
He catches socks.
Like they're birds?
Right. Yeah,
Like it's
like
prey,
it's
and then
prey. And
it's
he
stuck in his
brings it.
claws?
Yeah. Yeah, like
Isabel is correct. Isabel has another side of the answer.
When foreign people try to plug in their stupid watch punch, they blow our 120 watch punch the circuit. So it blows his fuse and it's an electrical issue.
Yes.
Interesting.
yeah, and we just
We take
bring
a tiny little
it's
fucking microwave,
it's just a tiny
throw some sausage dip or some spinach artichoke dip in, or some Alfredo. Like all we do is like warm shit up.
Yeah, I love that I've learned this.
They could argue as well, but like our stuff don't smell up 3 floors of a hotel. As good as it tastes, Stoner.
Yeah. Bring your own curry.
Go to meet Stoner. I am bringing him cookies, and I'm gonna make him so many goodies.
Stoner, when I'm bringing X and Alex and the boy.
I'm gonna have I'll have a hotel, and every floor will be a different cuisine. Stinking it up. The curry will be
Fuck yeah, dude.
Italian. Floor,
If you got it like that, shit.
Teriyaki 4-6. Yeah, no, I think that's the way to go. It will be a different stench on every floor.
Just go redneck on one of them with like fucking ribs and chicken wings. Hey,
Yeah. Block party. Block
I
party.
got a question. When a fly flies through a fart do they get the same sensation that we do when we drive through barbecue?
When a what?
A fly. All right, you rip ass. A fly comes, and they fly through it, and they're like,
They
man,
smell my fart because they like shit. So it's like
right.
a hint
So
of
do,
shit.
do they get the same feeling that we get when we drive by a barbecue joint? You guys
I
in Southern California?
do you want me to over analyze that question? So I could
Whatever comes to mind.
Well, I'm gonna say not exactly in the terms that you're asking, because feeling, what are we defining as feeling? Because they got a little bug brain. My friend asked me yesterday, I think, do bugs have a soul or some shit like that? And I would say yes, but it's a less complicated
And
development.
you should come back to your friend with this question.
When you kill an animal, I think unnecessarily, by whatever metric you want to use for that, I think maybe you lose part of your soul a little bit or something. Like when you commit, depending on the level of an immoral act, forget animals, I think you lose a part of your
Is
soul.
a
So
fly an animal?
Oh yeah.
if you kill a fly when it's outside, not even bothering you or imposing, this is kind of my rule, but like if it's outdoors, it's not bothering you or anything, and you kill it for no reason, I think a tiny bit of your soul is compromised. But if you kill a cat or something that has a bigger soul, a bigger part of you is destroyed by that. What was your original question? Is the what?
What?
What was your original
I said,
question?
is a fly an animal? Or are they I mean,
No, what was the
It's
question before that? They're arachnopithid or
I
something?
really
No,
don't
like
know.
a fly flies through a fart.
Oh, the
And
farts
yes,
question.
He was killing the fly.
Yes, Stoner,
Hey.
this is a homeschool question.
They experience I would say more yes than no, because they probably experience whatever their brain
Like you ever
triggers.
drive? Like I mean, you ever
It's
drive? by
pleasureful. I would say yes, it's pleasureful.
Kind of
It's a
like
it's a
how
hint of
our
pleasure.
dog likes to sleep by Adam's ass. Because
Your dog likes to-
dogs eat shit,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
Adam farts a lot at night.
Yeah.
And our
How
dog,
far are we into this? 3 hours? and
This
16
Adam,
minutes?
not that Adam. Well, I don't know. Maybe with that toe.
she just curls right up against his ass and he'll fart and she's like, this is great. And she just keeps sleeping.
Well,
And I'm like, I'm about to go in the living room, but okay.
I mean, that kind of answers Adam's question about the fly sensation. You the dog experiences.
They probably do enjoy it.
Yeah, it's just on a deeper and more visceral and more obviously human-like level. The dog does in a similar way that you were describing the ribs, but the fly is more like just some small ass little trigger in the tiny ass fly brain is like communicates that you like that. Go.
Savannah living the best life. Stoner, you're fucking great, dude.
Fly.
It's a really great life.
The
All of
dog.
our animals do.
How many? What pets do you have again? What's your pet breakdown?
We have one dog and accidentally 5 cats.
Accidentally 5 cats. Famous last words.
Before we had 5, we had 4.
Is this all you're doing, Alice? Is the cat? You were the cat?
Yeah, and he told it. Okay, and first of all, I just want to make this clear. One of the reasons I married Adam is I had a cat, Chesney, and he was very particular about people he went up to. And like sometimes I would have a date and they would come over and he would just stare at them and he would just glare at them like, I want you to die. Get the fuck out of here. And
the
then
cat was a good judge of character, or no?
Adam comes over, and this cat is like, will you hold me?
Wow. That's real. That's
No,
some
it
real shit.
would definitely be Savannah.
Like
The cat judge people differently. They pick up on things. Animals, like I have more respect for nature in that way, and like I talk to squirrels and shit out there.
Yeah, I'm like, I have a picture from him and that cat, like when we first started dating, and he's just holding this cat, and yeah, he was our cat for.
What was that cat's name?
Chesney. And
Pets
he was
we love. Was
yes.
he a country?
And then we adopted Shooter together, and I told him when we first started dating, I was like, listen, like, yeah, one day, like, I told him, he asked me what kind of house how I wanted to settle down, and I said I want a small house, like, on a decent stretch of land, like how I grew up. Like, it's not huge, it's a couple acres, it's enough. And I told him, like, I want to rescue cats. Like, my cat was fucking everything to me growing up, like going through the trauma and stuff that I
Yeah,
went.
cats are people.
Yeah, like, he was so great to me, and I wanted to, I don't care how stupid it sounds, I wanted to like give back. And so when we moved in here, I was like, after my dad dies, I want to adopt 2 cats.
No, it was a cat.
A cat, which turned into 2 cats. And then I wanted to get some feral cats for outside. And I'm like, okay, one of our cats is older, doesn't have that much longer in him. So we'll have 4 cats and a dog. Well, one of the feral cats, right as our old cat was dying, was like, yeah, I kind of don't like the cold, and I kind of like you people, and I'm just going to stay inside now.
And it got along with
He's,
everyone in the
oh,
house.
and he's one of the sweetest cats we have. One of these, and I tell Adam, I'm like, I look at him and he's one of my greatest accomplishments in life. Like, here was this cat
Women love
attacked.
that. Domesticating. It's a male cat.
Yeah, and he was so fucking feral, man. He attacked my fucking face. He attacked my face.
Women love to domesticate a feral cat.
And then just
White women will domesticate a grizzly.
Yeah,
and now
Beauty and the
this cat,
Beast kind of
he
story.
will crawl
Something.
in
Yeah.
bed with us and just curl up with us with the dog in the bed. He's like, I don't give a fuck. I was out there with coyotes, snakes. I don't give a shit. And
Do you
he's
post?
just,
I haven't seen. Do you post a lot of pictures of your pets or no? I mean, I feel like you don't, or you do. Maybe I mean,
no, I
podcast
should.
every.
Put up. I should actually have a YouTube channel of our cats.
You
Like,
might as well.
Just
Yeah.
animals.
Yeah, I mean, daily life with these cats is amazing. Like,
I have a 14-year-old cat lady, bro.
Do they all have names that sound like they're country musicians?
Most of them, yeah.
yeah.
That
So
was a thing. That was a thing when we got together because she had
I had Chesney.
she had Chesney, and we got a cat named Shooter. And then the 2 cats that we got after her dad died, we named Bentley and Cash, Dirk Bentley and Johnny Cash. The outsiders, which is what we called the ferals, we had 4 of them. We call there
Merle.
was Merle,
He's
who's the inside cat now. We had Sue, a boy named Sue. Jennings, and him and Jennings and Sue still kind of like.
They're
Honestly, I don't even know.
Nelson died.
Nelson got hit by a car.
It was
Rip.
awful. Because Nelson was actually a very lovable cat. And we would try and bring him in the house, and he wanted nothing to do with being inside. But if you were outside with him, he would come and chill with you, lay with you. But you bring him in the house, and it was pure panic, just pure panic in him. And yeah, like just some
Drama.
cats. Yeah, just some
Yeah,
cats.
pretty much, Isabella.
What?
I am a cat, so let me tell you what happened. I came in one winter and you feed me for weeks, and I relaxed and realized I go outside and fight for my meal. I may die. I am out of fighting shape, so I stayed. Okay. that's
Yeah.
probably what
Yeah.
And there's actually been times that where like the
We have a
doors
cat
have
in the
been
chat.
open or windows been open, and he seems always still seems interested in outside, but
He comes.
He'll come right back in. You just call his, if he's out on the porch, you call his name, he'll just come right back in.
Yeah.
Smart.
So there's truth to that.
Yeah. Cats are cool people. Yeah. That's your
Yeah, he's
favorite one, Merle? Merle is your favorite, you said, or no? Do you have a favorite?
I have a favorite.
He has a favorite. He has a favorite.
How many
He
are
has-
there? There's 5, or there's
There's
how many?
5.
4 males.
4
We
males,
have
and
one
how many are feral outdoors cats now? None?
Well, all right. So if we're talking ferals, technically we have 7.
6. Oh,
7.
7. Sorry.
So
2 of
3
them
outdoor
are
ones?
feral. 2 of them are feral, and 5 of them are inside. 4 of them, 6 of the 7 total are males.
And we have
We
one,
have 1 female.
and she was.
Yeah, this is her house. We just live in it.
Wow.
But Adam favors this cat so much.
The queen?
So yes. So we actually, my daughter's cat sadly passed away, and it was not long after my mom died. So we're like, fucking great. Our daughter just lost her grandma, who was like her bestie, her buddy, and now her fucking cat died. So we take her to get this cat, this kitten, and we also, I'm not going to get into the whole story, but we also ended up with a 1-year-old cat who was a boy. And we had these cabinets in our house. It was like this big cabinet in the kitchen. And the male cat would get into this cabinet. And Adam would be like, get the fuck out of the cabinet. He'd be pushing this cat out of the cabinet. The female cat would get in the cabinet, and he would pick her up and be like, you don't go there. No, you don't. You don't go there, do you? And to this day, that cat, like, yeah.
That my dad. I was gonna say, yeah, I had some similar situations with cats and multiple cats growing up and whatnot, and my dad definitely treated different cats differently in in the family. I mean, they were all different, they all behaved differently, but we all kind of liked them. But my dad would like almost ignore some of the one cat and love the other cat, whatever.
I tell him our one cat has daddy issues.
Cat therapy? Do they have cat therapy there? Take him to see a therapist.
And then we have so where my dad was dying, I'm like, after you die, I'm gonna adopt a cat or 2, and I think I said maybe even 3, because I'm gonna have, because they always say, like, and it's true, grief is just love that you had for a person with nowhere left to go. I'm like,
Yeah, I was trying to articulate that thought.
I'm just gonna adopt these cats. And Adam would be like, Dad, you can't die. You can't die. So we ended up adopting these brother cats. And one of them was very attached to me, and the other one was attached to Adam. And to this day, man, like, yeah. I mean, he loves me too. He can be a mama's boy sometimes, but all the cats love my daughter.
Yes, we have a 14-year-old cat lady, dude. Like, I bet you at least 5 cats are upstairs in her room with her right now.
With who?
Our daughter.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, she loves animals too. I see what's going on here. What's her favorite animal? Lady. Is our cats her favorite animal? Is it snakes? Is it all of the above?
Okay, so as far as domesticated animals, it's cats. But when it comes to, like, I mean, I guess you could maybe consider them domesticated, but yeah, she likes snakes, and she likes like,
snakes are not fucking domesticated. Anybody that tells you otherwise is fucking insane.
And she likes like lizard.
Snakes do not belong in your fucking house.
She likes that kind of stuff. She can tell you some wild stuff. I prefer her not to say some of it at the dinner table, but you know, She does. Anyways.
Dinner time, sharing time.
Yeah, which animals have the worst diarrhea, etc.
Oh
Snakes.
yeah, like mating stuff, and it's yeah.
What are other animals that I mean, all lizards shouldn't be domesticated. Anything that has to be in a cage or a tank is not really domesticated, right? Is that a thing? Am I making sense?
Exactly. Dude, I used to have a roommate, but it was when her and I started dating, and he had an iguana. We redid like this dresser for like his new cage or whatever. We just took the glass to the wood panel off the doors and put like chicken wire up and shit. And this thing was happier than a pig in shit. But when he would go open the doors to go in and grab this thing, it would go fucking bonkers. And he's like, I don't know why he's freaking out. Like, what the fuck? Like, and we had this big picture window in the living room. I'm like, dude, if that window opened right now and a big ass hand just started coming into that window trying to grab us, I'd be going fucking nuts too. Like, like, why are you asking why this wild animal that's in this like cage when the door opens, this hand comes in to grab it and it goes bonkers? Like, I'd be doing the same fucking thing.
But do all iguanas react that way? Do some can you train an
I don't
iguana?
fucking know. I'm normal. I don't own an iguana.
No,
Yeah.
because I had a friend in high school that had an iguana, and he didn't act that way.
Listen, it doesn't matter.
It's
I mean, is this iguana needs some fucking therapy. It had like trauma, iguana trauma.
When I was a kid, my mom's boyfriend took me with him to go buy drugs. And we're going to talk about reptiles living domesticated. Okay? So
Wait,
he
what?
had like this fucking python. The dude that he was going to buy drugs from had like this python or some kind of, it was a constrictor snake. This is why I dislike snakes and I will shoot one on sight.
I just chop them up with the shovel.
Dude, there's so much trauma in this
115 grand.
world. Everybody has trauma. Like the and it's like this
115 grand
snake
worth
has
of better.
trauma, fucking you from snakes and your whatever your
I don't.
mom's
I don't like
boyfriend.
creepy
They
things.
were in the kitchen doing dope and shit, and this snake started wrapping itself around my leg. They had to kill this fucking snake to get it off of like 9-year-old me.
Wow, dude, that's like I wasn't even gonna go to like such a dark, like psychological traumatic moment. I thought it was gonna be
Well,
like
this
my
is
mom,
what I'm saying. Like,
was it your mom's?
reptiles are not domesticated, dude.
Who did you say this was? Who was this? Your mom's what was this? Who's this relationship?
My mom's boyfriend. I was like
okay.
9, 10 years old.
Yeah, this is true. This is
Mom
all
was a
very.
really responsible parent.
So like they, dude, I was on like there's 3 high ass dudes with me sprawled out on a 90s kitchen table, and they were trying to uncoil this snake off of me, and they couldn't do it.
Wow,
So they
dude,
killed
I'm
it.
sorry. I posted.
Typical parent raising right there.
Reptiles, if it belongs in a cage, it's not domesticated. I don't care.
Dude, that's traumatizing and shit. I'm sorry. Damn, that's a
That's
very.
why I don't like. I mean, it's all good. I just don't like snakes.
That's a dramatic scene. That's a very dramatic scene, fictional, real, all of the above. That's definitely a scene. Thank you for giving me nightmares tonight. I appreciate that.
I didn't mean to, Adam. I'm
Your
sorry.
trauma that you experienced in your afterlife and your waking life is gonna give me like a sad moment that's not even real. How dare you? Potentially. No, yeah, that's
I
wild.
feel bad.
That's great. What kind of snake was it? A big snake?
It was. I don't know. I don't know enough about snakes to know.
Yeah.
But what I do know about snakes is that I don't like them.
Yeah. My
Yeah.
mom's I was gonna say my mom's ex-boyfriend killed an elephant in front of me when I tried to okay, I'm done now.
It's like, "Yo."
No. My parents are together and none of their exes killed any animals in front of me, as far as I know. But that shit's crazy. Damn. Wow. What a
Yeah.
story.
You know what's funny is you and I could like both look at each other's life and be like, that's not normal shit, bro.
But but everyone has some kind of story that's, I mean, it's all relative, but we're all a bunch of fucking weirdos trying to figure this shit out on this planet. I don't know, not to be trite or vague or whatever, but
I think a lot of us like are victims of boomers, and then I guess it would be Gen X raising kids, because I don't even think they're doing the best job of that.
so much.
Because it's really fun. It's hilarious to be like watching Gen X like be like these fucking kids today, and I'm like, you're fucking crazy.
All right, so Gen X's big problem with being a parent is
Gen X has got
they know, like they on one hand they want to talk about how they were when they were a child.
Are you talking about some kind of, is this, before you go, is this like something that you're going to tie to like a left-wing ideology? Does this have a political bent? These types
No,
of
I
things?
don't think so.
No, it's not a left-wing thing that you're
No,
describing.
I mean, if anything, it's a knock on it. It's like a pop in the balloon that Gen X has as a generation in whole. So like they want to brag about, on one hand they want to brag about how they were raised, like, oh, we were off in the woods doing this, and like I was the same fucking way but in the city. Like I might not have been in the woods doing dumb shit. I was in the city, dude. I mean, normal kids don't bunny hop off their bikes off of cop cars just to incite a chase with the police. You know, like if
I
my
didn't do
kids
that.
did the shit that I did when I was a kid, where thankfully there weren't phones in everybody's fucking hand or pocket. Like, I mean, if we had phones when I was growing up, the way we do, like kids do now, I would have a rap sheet a mile long. You know, so
Allegedly.
like, right? Thank you. So like,
phones. Our daughter went to her friend's house. She's under even stricter rule right now, and
Who's that?
she's not
Daughter?
our daughter, and
Extra.
she's not allowed in the center of town. I made her take pictures of her at her friend's house so I can make sure where she was.
so,
Yeah.
but like Gen X parents want to brag about how it was when they were kids, but would catch a case if their kids did the shit that they did. You know, and honestly, in a way, I'm guilty of this because I look at my kids and I'm like, you guys would never survive the 90s. Like when I was growing up, when
But
I
we
was
don't want them to.
exactly, we don't want them to.
What did
You
she
know what I
say?
mean? But like,
I don't want them off doing those things. I wouldn't have been doing those things if my dad hadn't gotten sick. But listen, my parents were still strict. Both of our kids were grounded at the same time recently, and I was like, you know what? I think this is the first time they've been grounded at the same time. This is kind of like an occasion. This is kind of like an occasion. And
Party.
they were talking they both had conversations with me about being grounded, and with our daughter who's older, I said, listen, like, man, like my parents, like sometimes I'll be honest, like I would be like, can you just like beat me?
Because they don't want to be grounded.
That and Frank, the lectures from my father were unbelievable. Like,
Yeah. You don't want to be lectured. You just
they were a lot. And I told my daughter, I said, listen, when I was 17 years old, and my friend Michelle, who she knows, was living here, and she was 18 at the time, but we were both in high school, and she was living here because her parents, like many parents of that generation, just fucking sucked and couldn't raise their fucking kids. So she came and lived with our family, and she was 18. And I told Scar, I'm like, we got caught doing things we shouldn't have been doing, and my parents grounded both of us. And my friend is sitting there like, what? I'm what? I'm grounded. And like my parents were like, I don't care if you're 18 years old, you are living in our home, you are going to high school, you disobeyed our rules while living under our roof. You knew the agreement, you disobeyed us, you're grounded. And I remember going to school and our friends are like, you're grounded. But I also had a couple friends that said to me, I had a friend say to me, I was like bitching about my parents, and he was like, at least your parents care about you. He
Yeah.
was like, my parents don't give a shit what I do. I drink, I smoke weed right in front of my parents. They'll buy me weed, they'll buy me alcohol. He's like, your parents actually care about how you
I
turn
forget.
out.
Yeah, I forget that that's like a good thought, and that's really what that means on a deeper level. I forget where I heard it. Someone said it on a podcast, in a movie, and a thing. Like, I'm like, oh, that means that your parents care about you if they're grounding you. So I'll next time I talk to my parents, thank them for grounding me.
Yeah, I'm not. We are not the complete, like, never. My parents did hit me, but it was only like a very few times. And I told my daughter this. In the church that I grew up in, like, one of the worst things you could do in life was disrespect your parents. And that's how it was with my parents. Like, you do not disrespect us. The only time my dad like really put his like hands on me was because I just outrageously disrespected my mom. The worst part of it was my dad was in the beginning stages of MS, and it took him like 10 minutes to get up the stairs. So I had to sit up there waiting for this motherfucker
That's
to come up the
worse.
stairs, knowing it's about to go down. And it was like I was young, and I was like, this it was like the first time, that like I really did something like that. Like I really like.
This is too traumatic. This is bringing me back to getting
Yeah.
in trouble. Your father's on his way home and all this shit. Like, hey, I don't want to fucking think about all this, But I deserve both. I can't really think. There's certain things in my life maybe I woulda, coulda, shoulda, wish I would have done differently, maybe. But for the most part, or things that maybe my parents, I would have wished they would have taught me this or done that, this or that. But for the most part, when I got in trouble and when I got in bigger trouble, I deserved whatever was coming to me every single time.
My
And I
dad
can remember.
apologized to me for it though later. He told me, he was like, you deserve to be punished, but he was like, I did like lose my cool more than I should have. He was like, don't
I
disrespect
thought
your
that was
mom.
a really
He was like, your mom doesn't deserve that with it, because he was in the beginning stages of MS. We were dealing, he was like, your mom, like, and
It's a lot
now
going
as
on.
an adult married woman with two young kids, like I understand that on a deeper level. Like your mom does not even deserve the way you just treated her. And then the times that my mom hit me, like, oh my God, I couldn't have been more stupid. We were sitting in the car. Like I literally had nowhere to go. And I said like, oh, such mean stuff to her. And it was only like 2 or 3 times. And she just like whoosh, right in the mouth. And it like, what sucks about it? It doesn't leave like a mark, but it stings for like days.
Emotional sting.
It's like you have sunburn on your lips, man. But yeah, like my parents taking the time to talk to me and ground me, because in all honesty, grounding your kids takes more work than
just let them get away with it.
or just hitting them, because grounding means you're kind of
Monitoring
And then
them.
I got to deal with you not having your distractions.
yeah, it's like, I mean, and it's the what I don't get though with some parents, I've noticed this, even when their kids are grounded, they're allowed to have their cell phones. And I don't
Yeah.
understand that, because when we were kids, even with the phone on the wall, it's like you weren't allowed to use the phone. that was one of the things. But like now, like I don't even know what being fucking grounded is. But like, yeah, with our kids, it's like,
When we ground our kids, they act like they're going into a fucking Holocaust camp.
yeah, it's no video games, no phone for the teenager, not allowed to talk to your friends, and then extra chores,
Yeah.
which they love. It's their
I would
favorite
say
part.
wouldn't you say the primary thing about grounding, in addition to some or all of what you described, it's just the thought that they can't leave they can't leave. You can't go hang out. You can't do the thing. You can't leave the house to go do the thing you wanted to do. That's what makes it
Yeah.
effective. The most
Well,
effective.
that's the point. I mean, that's the point.
That you have to you don't get to do a thing. But I think
Right.
that's
Like as much of an extra quote unquote burden it is for the parent. Yeah, the kid has to come down and like, to get out of the solace. No, that's not the right word.
to make amends.
Yeah, exactly. They have to come down and talk to you. And like as big of a challenge it is for kids to come down and talk to their parents, it's a challenge as a parent to talk to their kids sometimes about things, Like, dude, you could totally give a girl daddy issues being an everyday father. This is one of my biggest fears in life, dude. Like ever is fucking my daughter up, giving her daddy issues, even though I'm here every day. I do everything I can for her every day. Like, it's a fine fucking line, dude. Giving a girl daddy issues isn't just, a dad not being there.
Yeah. I know plenty of girls where their dad is in their life, and it's
And like there was a point in time where like we were a couple years ago, we were having to go with her, man. And I put her in the car and we went for a ride, and I told her, I was like, my biggest fear in life is fucking you up. I was like, so clean slate. If you think I'm fucking you up, let me know. Because like I'll try to do things different. Because like every day is my first day of being her dad on that day. You know what I mean?
Good
Like,
attitude.
You know what I mean? So and I know I don't know it all. I didn't have a dad growing up, so I don't know how a dad's supposed to be. I wasn't a little girl, so I don't know what it's like to be a little girl. So like let me know, because if you think I'm fucking you up, I'll try to do things different.
That's a good. It's good to be open in that communication. I'm sure. What are the dads who are in I guess specifically in daughters' lives that you see that they are giving the girl daddy issues? If they're not being neglectful, what is it that they're doing wrong?
I think a lot of girl dads' biggest mistakes are when it comes to like boyfriends, right? Like they all want to be like that 50 Cent scene in whatever movie he was in, where he's like, for the past 16 years, her safety's been my priority. Now I got to hand that, share that responsibility with you. I think a lot of dudes want to scare their daughters out of, dude, your little girl's gonna find a guy. Like, it's just gonna happen. Like me, I found my wife. My wife was somebody's little girl, right? So like, as a father, the biggest thing you can do, as a girl dad, the biggest thing you can do is show them how a woman is supposed to be treated. Like, do those things that where if she goes out with a dude and they don't do it, then they're gonna be like, yeah, no. Like, you need to instill in her, without really her knowing you're doing this, like the ways to pick a good man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
There you go. No, yeah, I've heard this expressed, certainly, but yeah, no, that's you guys are
if your
guys,
daughter picks a poor dude, now like anything can happen and whatnot, but if your daughter picks a shitty dude, it's kind of on you. You
doesn't mean she won't date shitty dudes.
right.
It means she won't marry them.
Like it like, and not to say like not like anything can happen, but like it's up to you just to show her how like whether it's the way you treat her or the way you treat her mother, or if you're not together, the way you treat other women in your life. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's
Treating
But
people well is
you know,
important.
it's 9 times out of 10 worse. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes kids just don't fucking listen. That's why I homeschool though, because I don't want my kids to be influenced by the outside bullshit that so many kids have. to do.
Isabella speaking some truth.
You're setting
Yeah,
the foundation
I
also
don't know.
for later in life. Here, let's see here.
There's a video that goes
them.
that's around that it's a chick with her boyfriend or new husband or whatever, and dude's trying to do something, and the girl's all like, "If my daddy was here, he could do it. Like my daddy would do it." Like I don't want, like in a way, I want my daughter to feel that way, that like she can call me and like if something's wrong, dad can fix it. You know, but not only with a daughter, but in a marriage, like thinking you can fix fucking everything is like very detrimental. Like that's a fine line too.
Sometimes you just have to be there. And like he is awesome with that. And it definitely wasn't always like that in the beginning. And I always say, I tell people when they ask me, like, how did you know he was the one and this and that and other things? And like, it was that I saw the potential in him of what he could be. And he definitely became that person. Like, there was a time where if earlier on I would get like teary-eyed listening to a song, or maybe I was a little bit like moody. It's like, oh, what's wrong? Or this, like wanting to like fix it. But like now, like there's times where in the car and I'll just hear a certain song that reminds me of my mom and my dad, and I'll just kind of tear up. And he just holds my hand. We don't say anything, we don't talk. There's not always something to say.
Sure.
It's just, I hurt, you can't fix it, you can't bring them back. And yeah, and like it's crazy now because like since his mom passed, like we've both been on the reverse side of things, like, and it was definitely different for me because I already like kind of knew how he felt because I had been through it already, for sure. But like, yeah, to like, you can't always fix everything. Sometimes you just have to be there and listen to them, and like that's how kids are. And I think like with Gen X and boomers, they like have this like attitude, like I'll see like these videos like, oh, like Gen Z, they couldn't handle what we handle. And it's like, yeah, because you didn't build them that way. Like that's your fault. That's not their fault. That's your fault.
I also don't like a lot of these hypothetical things. Like, I don't know, it's like you couldn't do this. It's like the sports analogy. Oh, you couldn't play in the kick basketball players today. They wouldn't be able to play in the 90s. 90s players aren't as good as today. It's like, I don't know, all this conversation is like stupid and irrelevant. And you guys have the right attitude about it. Even going back to like your philosophy on education, it's like you have to think about reality and existing in the present time, or at least that's the best way to approach like your life. I appreciate you guys hanging out for 3 hours and 52 minutes and 56 seconds and 57 seconds and 59 seconds and 3 hours and 53 minutes and 04 seconds or whatever. That's cool. And sharing such personal things, both of you, and inspirational thing. This really is the Inspired Vibes lounge. I'm gonna get someone pregnant tonight and try not to hit the fetus. Only if it's really bad. Only if it really misbehaves.
Make some babies. Up the birth rate, man. You gotta have
No, we
more
don't need.
people.
I told you don't need to because because minorities are voting conservative. And what was the other thing I said? I had some other thing that was forget what it was. Oh, the borders are closed or something. The borders are better. And that was a fentanyl thing. I hear Larry Bird was unreal and a giant among men, even on the court in the NBA. Good times. How well, you guys are wild. You guys are on East Coast time, right? Cleveland is East Coast,
Yeah.
not Central. Yeah, you're wild to be. What? It's 3 a.m. I'm more tired than you guys.
It's just a Monday, dude. Second
Yeah,
shift life.
he works second shift now, so it like changed.
I normally don't
We-
get home from work till midnight. So
We changed all of our schedules to suit him more, and that's another benefit of homeschooling. Like, you
Make
know,
your own
we can
schedule.
put the kids to bed a little later. Like I put them to bed like about an hour before he gets home, or so hour. They start getting ready for bed and stuff around 10. So they're still like with it when he gets home, and he can come home and give him a hug and kiss goodnight. He can hang out with them for a little bit before he goes to work. And yeah, so we all kind of adjusted to that schedule.
I feel like that's up pretty late. Your son is 8.
He'll be 9 in about a month.
I guess I feel like I remember at 10 o'clock being kind of on the later side. Like if I was like
If-
8 or 9,
If they were in school and had to be awake, we
Yeah.
would put them to bed.
Yeah.
But that's what
Do
we're
they-
saying. That's the benefit of homeschooling. It
Do they
works with our schedule, not the school schedule. And that's another thing. We get to go on vacation when the kids are in school, and we get shit cheaper and stuff is slower.
do they sleep? Do your kids sleep in more, or are they able to, or are they
Yeah.
not allowed to, or are they just up doing other shit?
Then
Yeah.
other kids, yes, they sleep in.
Yeah.
Are
daughters.
they aware that they have this advantage and appreciate it?
They're aware
Our-
of it. Whether
our
or not they
son-
appreciate it, I don't know.
Our
They-
son doesn't. Because our son has never been to public school.
Yeah, they
He's
take
been-
it for granted because they have no basis
Yeah.
for comparison.
So yeah, our daughter, she's been to public school. Like she knows like we were getting up early. Sometimes I joke with people. I made jokes when I first started homeschooling. I was like, yeah, I just didn't want to have to go out in the cold anymore in the morning. That sucks.
Hey, whatever gets you there, it gets you there.
Yeah, like some people like took it seriously. I never forget me talking to our friend about it. I'm like, how do people take such a smart ass comment so fucking seriously is beyond me. Like,
Because
yeah,
it
I
makes
decided
sense.
to homeschool my kids because of the cold.
No, you should. I think that's a perfectly valid because I support the whole homeschool movement. I think that's a perfectly valid reason, even if it's admittedly, for better or worse, the primary reason why someone wants to homeschool their kids. And I think it's important because, again, whatever way gets parents and kids in this country and the culture more towards this like different thinking when it comes to education is fine with me. Like almost to the point where I'm like, oh, you need to like talk about this like more, or like write the book on homeschooling, or write a fucking, I don't know, do people still blog? A Substack top 10 benefits for homeschooling that people don't think of. Driving bad weather, like the Substacky BuzzFeed, like, and then you get like your Patreon. All Alice always Substack on homeschool. I don't know. I don't read, but I guess you can post pictures on Substack too, and videos.
I don't even know what that. Like, I've heard of Substack. I don't even know what it is.
Those are reading words. Right.
Them great words, them smart man's words, man.
Yeah.
Just hear
No, you can post
it.
videos. What is it like? I made an account recently. I forgot, but it's like whatever, like a blog site where you can get donations for content or something. Because they have nothing and are starting for drama. LOL, it's true. the thing. Should we call it? What do you think?
Yes.
to wait.
Yes.
Oh shit! Oh, you guys, you didn't. You were waiting for me to do that. I see.
Oh no, like it wasn't like it was just like you
Yeah.
said that it is getting late.
Yeah. Well, should we? We need to wait for another what? If we want to go 4 hours, we can go for another 1 minute and 13 seconds. I feel like what are we gonna talk about now? I'll give you a topic. No, it's been super fun. I appreciate you both so much time, an incredible amount of time and stories and playing Jackbox and life inspirations and fun times. 4 hours, let's fucking go. Stoner's always up.
Fucking Stoner, the band, the Poe D-Gen Stoner.
Alice always 911 Twitter. A_bomb81 Twitter X as well. What am I? Adam Choit Twitter. Follow, like, subscribe. Do all the things. Cool. We done
That
it.
Jack in the Box game was pretty cool, man. I didn't get a burger out of it, but it was still fun.
Yeah. There's other
Actually, you know what? I got frozen burgers. I just might get a burger out of it yet. We'll see.
we could try some other games that may require slightly more intelligence, which could go either way. But Quiplash is, I think,
We
tends to
should
be
have done we should have had him find one of the marriage games where you
No,
where
we shouldn't.
you answer the questions like newlyweds, but we're oldie weds.
yeah.
There you
There's probably a
go.
way
Next,
I can pull out.
next,
I can you'll find questions for that next time.
yeah, next couple you have on, play the oldie weds game.
The oldie weds
Just
game
not
where I
a-
pull up questions. Yeah, I
Why
just pull
don't
up
you
some.
want to play that game? I think you would do good at it.
Maybe.
Because it's
But if I do
unnecessary.
poor at it, it can go real bad.
That's what I'm talking about. The risk far outweighs the benefit of playing the game in
Yeah.
the first place.
See, he
On
gets
that
it.
note.
But
On that note,
now I just want to play more.
The Big Kahuna Burger.
why put yourself in a compromising situation backed into a corner for no reason for low risk, high reward? Well, maybe there would be a high reward
A lot of those
potentially.
questions.
I probably could, but I'd rather not try.
Like, what's
Yeah.
my favorite song?
I mean, anything in the top 300?
See?
Is that right?
Who's my top 3 favorites?
Pantera, Prince,
Cats or bands?
That's top 5.
Matchbox 20. I mean, it's got to be at least 2 out of 3.
It is 2 out of 3. I can't believe the one you're missing.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I want to play the fucking game.
We have a cat.
Dirk Bentley.
Yeah.
Newlywed
You had
game.
you within the top.
I was
100.
66%. That's fucking C average. When I was growing up, that was acceptable.
He does. know
Yeah,
me
you're like an
well.
A now or whatever.
Like you were dick
Or
enough to do that fucking Aretha Franklin shit on me last week when Hex was here. That was a dick move. With the Rihanna and Aretha Franklin thing.
Oh, well, the joke is like someone will come on the
Or
radio.
no, Whitney Houston.
Whitney Houston will
said
come on the
start-
radio and she'll be like, "Who is this?" And while I know it's Whitney, I'll be like, "Paul Abdul,
No,
Janet
but
Jackson, Tina Turner."
I said when you're having to choose between these like pop.
That's why I want to play the fucking game.
I said it's Rihanna.
think
It's
it's winning
always
now.
Rihanna. And then Adam looked at me and he's like, Rihanna or Whitney Houston. And I was like, that's fucked up, bro. But see, because he knows me so well, he knew that would fuck with me.
Yeah,
Fucked with me.
yeah. I think. Well, you know how to. You certainly know at this point how to pull each other's chains, yank each other's chains, so to speak.
Ain't that the fucking truth?
Yeah, maybe she's even better at it than you are. On that note, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate
Thanks
it.
for having us.
We'll talk soon. Later, y'all.
Thanks for
Peace. Thank you,
out.
chat. Thank you.
Chat,
Peace.
you were awesome.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone,
Good night,
for hanging.
everyone.
Peace.